Oh my god. Hello. Hi Cyrus, how's it going? How's everyone doing? I'm fucking dying, bruh. But hello. How's it going? Why can't I... What the fuck? Okay, anyway, hello, how's it going? Bruh. I'm extremely tired and Clyde has been sucking me dry. Bro. Never mind. Anyway, I mean, yeah, Clyde has been doing that to me too, but, anyway, hello. I was editing today. Oh my god, that shit took like 4 hours. It was so long just because I made it long. Like, I don't know, I used 2 minutes of footage and it took me 4 hours to edit it because I don't know, I'm a freak. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I feel so tired just because of that though, just because of the editing. You know, the editing is crazy. I kind of hate that I had to edit everything myself, but also I kind of like it, so whatever. One must imagine Celeste is happy. True. Bro, I'm not gonna be happy, like, doing this gym either. My luck is garbage. I mean, everyone knows this, my luck is garbage. But like, bro, I think I've had like 3 videos of just my garbage luck taking effect, which is really funny. But yeah, this is another one, by the way, of my garbage luck doing things to me, violating me. So you know, whatever, bro. I don't care anymore. Oh yeah, Cyrus, have you been watching JoJo? That's so real. Have you been watching part 7? Actually, has anyone been watching part 7? I haven't watched it yet. I think only the first episode is out. But I haven't watched it yet. I want to watch it. Because I love part 7. I love JoJo, so yeah. I read the manga like such a long time ago, so yeah. Seeing the anime is gonna, you know, bring back memories. But we'll see. And yeah. Yo. I haven't watched JoJo Unfortunately not since part 5. I mean, you can do the funny thing, but yeah. I don't know. Anyway, let me start the emulation. What's up? Nothing much. I'm gonna play Pokemon and then feel sad. That's what's gonna happen. Where is it? There we go. I always forget my keybinds, and I don't know why. God, I don't know why my PC is, like, hating me lately. It just kinda is, and it sucks. Oh yeah, like, that was really slow for some reason. I know you can't hear it, by the way, I'm sorry. Now you should be able to hear it. Lucky forgot people can get Netflix shows for free, too. Yeah. Like I said, you could do the funny thing. But yeah. I don't know why my PC is, like, been garbage these past 2 days. I haven't even, like, done anything, it's so weird. But whatever. I'm gonna do this fucking gym. I'm gonna die. Whatever. Which Pokemon? The red one. Is my Gengar out front? Hang on. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh yeah, I renamed my Gengar, by the way. It's Sabrina is young, but she's also our highly skilled leader. That reminds me, my laptop battery is so bad. My laptop battery is okay. What's not good with my laptop is its memory for some reason. I mean, it's like a shitty MacBook, so you know, that's kind of why, but yeah. Wait a minute. You're not psychic. I mean, you are, but whatever. No, that didn't kill. No, don't confuse me. Ouch. I checked the battery usage and why is it... Oh my god. Wait, that's insane. I love Apple products. I love when my memory just I only have... So on my laptop, I only have 2 apps open, and it's out of memory. I only have Safari and like the Finder app. And Safari is taking 112.5 megabytes and it's still like garbage. So yeah, I don't know. It's a 1K gaming... Oh, that's your problem. Gaming laptop. Oh, I'm almost... What the fuck? Why'd you get a critical? Everyone gets crits but me. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I did nothing. Slowbro. I don't have my grass type, but what else is water weak to? Is it ground or is it rock? Or is it neither? It's probably neither, huh? You know, I'll just use a potion. I'll just use a fucking potion. That's not the potion button. This is the potion button. Yay. It's still gonna kill me. Oh, never mind, they're stupid. Okay, maybe they're not. Actually, it's... Oh no. Okay, I have priority, that's good. I did nothing. Yeah, just keep using that, please. Can I get a crit? No. I'm dead. Oh wait, it's stupid! Oh my god, wait! Okay, now I'm dead. Yeah, never mind. That was so close. I don't know what water is weak to besides grass. Silly potion button. I don't want to use another potion. I'll just do this. Hi, Coven. How's it going? Electric? Oh, I don't have electric. Okay. My grass type is in daycare right now because it's very low level. So I just kind of kept it there. I put it there like off stream just so it could like, you know, get some experience. But now I'm kind of regretting putting it in there. But yeah. That's it. I don't know. But yeah, how's it going, Cohen? How you doing? I'm already suffering. I had to fight slow. If I fight one more slow, bro, I think I'll just get my Vileplume. It's going good. How's the clown? I'm suffering. Every time I play this game, I just get humbled by something. It's kind of funny. But yeah. Okay, let me go here. I choose left, top left. Okay, I'll fight you. Does our unseen powers scare you? Kind of. I'm guessing my Vileplume wouldn't have gotten like a lot, but like I said, if I fight one more slow, bro, I'll just switch, you know? To be fair, I want a better ghost type move. But it's one-shotting these guys, so whatever. It's just the slow bros. I would rather have my grass type. Oh yeah, there we go, Slowpoke. Okay, if they're just gonna have like Slowpokes and shit, I'll get my Vileplume. Oh wait, I one-shot it now. What the fuck? I got a crit. Yippee! I didn't know what to do. Oh, Mr. Mime, fuck you. I hate this guy. I kind of forgot that Slowpoke was Psychic Water. I actually forgot that Slowpoke was Psychic. Because I don't know, I always think of it as just water. Because I'm stupid. But yeah. To be fair, my Vileplume also does not have strong grass type moves. And so I think it would die, even if I like brought it out here. But whatever. Okay, looks like I wasn't that prepared for this gym like I thought I was. I thought I was prepared for this gym, I wasn't. They lied to me. All they do is lie to me. Okay, where's the daycare again? It's like... Hang on, I know where... Yeah, it's like... Oh wait, it's just up there, right? I forgot it. I forgot that it was really just like up there. Oh my god. And so cool. Oh yeah, that's not that far at all. I'm guessing it got like no experience. What the fuck? That's the first time I ever fought some... Oh my god. That's the first time I ever fought something in the grass here. I almost had to do it again. Okay, what? Yeah, I'm back. Also, yeah, I got no experience. Okay, you know what? I think since I'm not using my bird right now, I'll just get rid of you. And yeah, that's it. That's it. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, I know Zaza needs to spend more time with you. But it's fine. It's not fine, actually. I think after the gym, I'll just, like, give it back to you or something. And then, look, once I put it in, I'm just gonna fight, like, so many water types and shit. It's gonna be stupid. Actually, wait, I can fight rocks with him, right? I'm just doing it with my water. My fucking Gyarados, because Gyarados is strong. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I'm going bottom right this time. Oh wait, this is Ghost, right? Wait, you just have Ghosts, right? I mean, I guess we'll find out. You and I are Pokemon Shout Battle. I'm pretty sure they only have Ghosts. Oh yeah, Gastly. I mean, it doesn't matter, because Ghost is weak to Ghost, but after this, I don't want to use my Shadow Punch anymore. I'd rather just give experience to my Layru. I forgot to use their actual name. Their nickname. I'm so glad Ghost is weak to Ghost. And I go first because I'm a cooler Ghost. Bro, you're gonna give no experience. Actually, I should've just fought you. Yeah, whatever. You're gonna give no experience. Look at this. Wait, we can get you to over 100 health, maybe. Haunter? Or maybe not. We'll see. All I know is I'm gonna go insane. I'm going insane already. It's kinda crazy. That Haunter sprite looks so weird. Yay, over 100 health. It's so cool, bro. Oh wait, you're trying to learn— oh, Trick. What the fuck is Trick? A move that tricks the foe into trading held items. Should I do that? Or is it bad in— it's bad in single player, right? Do they have that? I don't know if they do. No, wait. Hi, Vlad, how's it going? God, I have to go through so many menus. I'm doing this gym, I'm gonna get humbled. Top right. This one will take me somewhere. Oh, it took me nowhere. I'm going back— yeah, I'm gonna go back where I came from. And then and then I'm gonna go here. Okay, that's not Sabrina, right? No, this is someone else. God, should I do that? No, cause you kinda need the experience. Okay, I'll just fight you with you and I'll suffer. I'm gonna suffer. I kind of need to get to the point where my Alakazam is, or else bad things will happen. And I am foreseeing bad things happening. So, you know. Yeah, see, they're already like the same level as me, so yeah, I should fight them with you. I just don't want to use Shadow Punch all the time, but it's my strongest move, and I'm worried that you're not gonna one-shot. And then, you know, bad things will happen. So I kinda can't do anything. Boot check. Hi, Holy Knight. How's it going? Okay, to be fair, I think if I just remember the path. Yeah, no. I can just remember the path, and then I can fight Sabrina, right? You understand, don't you? That power alone is enough to win in the world of Pokemon. Yeah, it'll be fine. Look, see, it's fine. I'm only fighting Mr. Mime now. I'm not fighting anywhere Slowpoke. Will this one-shot you? Oh my god, it will. Kadabra, no. Like I said, as long as I just keep one-shotting, it should be fine. But I don't know what Sabrina's Pokemon are, like what level they are. So that's why I'm like scared. I think as long as I'm like above 36 or even 36, I'll be fine, maybe. We'll see. I'm so hecking scared. I already fought you, what the fuck? All these rooms look the same. I already fought you, right? Oh no, I didn't. Pokemon take on the appearance of their trainers. Your Pokemon must be tough then. But yeah, like I said, we'll see. I had to get through this fucking maze first. You're 38? What the fuck? Bro, that means we're gonna be like in the 40s. Oh, I'm so scared. At least you only had one Pokemon, but still. And there's just my Alakazam that's like strong as fuck. Do I fight you? Yes, I did. Okay, I will go back down here. I will go down here. Did I fight you? Yes. Okay, I feel like I've already gotten all these panels then. Did I fight you? No. Saffron Pokemon Gym is famous for training psychics. You want to see Sabrina, don't you? No. I'm scared. I'm scared to fight her. She'll kill me, you don't understand. I will get humbled. Oh, you're 38? Yeah, my level 32 Pokemon can fight you. Wait, you're 32 now? What the fuck? When did that happen? To be fair, I did a lot of weird stuff off stream, so maybe it was sometime then. No, it does nothing. And your defense just keeps rising. Okay, you know what? I'll do this. What does that do? Googly eye. Okay, I'll also do this. I'll just kind of like whittle it down until it dies. I think that's all I can do. Yeah, see? And now I'll do this. I wanted to get poisoned too. Actually, can it get poisoned? I don't know. If it's paralyzed, I don't know if it can get poisoned, right? So I guess I'll just do this. Oh my god, it keeps missing and it's disabled. Yeah, get fucked. Now you know how it feels. Now you know how it fucking feels. I'm not doing anything. No, stop it. Bro. It keeps doing special defense and well... Yeah, no. I think I'm a special attacker. Oh, this is gonna take forever. And that's how I use fucking Giga Drain, but like, look, I don't wanna do that. Ouch. It finally was able to move. I'm doing nothing to it. Like I said, I don't have good grass-type moves. No, not my Mega Drain. Okay, finally. Oh my god. Oh, 36, nice. Yippee! Arg. He's a pirate, arg. Is this... Did I fight you? Yes. Did I? Yes. I go down over here. I go over here. Oh, that's Sabrina. Okay, do I have Easter? I should have Easter. I do have Easter. Okay, here you go. And then on Shadow Punch. PP was restored. Yeah, I bet, buddy. Okay. Here we go, I guess. Can I save? I can't save. Here we go. I don't know why I'm saving before. But, you know, it's fine, I guess. I had a vision of your arrival. I have had psychic powers since I was a child. It started when a spoon I carelessly tossed bent. I just like battling, but if you wish, I will show you my powers. I don't really want this. I will suffer. Okay, 38. That's not that bad. Like I said, it's her final Pokemon that I'm scared of. Cause I don't know what level that's gonna be. It's probably gonna be an Alakazam, right? If I had to guess. Mr. Mime, no. Shadow Punch. No! You're gonna heal. Oh, wait. Okay, you're stupid. You're kinda stupid. No, I should've Shadow Punched. I knew it. Okay, at least you use that now. Because now I can just Shadow Punch you and then you'll die, right? Yes, okay. Okay, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know why I'm panicking. Oh yeah, there's an Alakazam. Is that your final Pokemon? Okay, it's level 43. Oh, and you're faster. I'm dead. Yeah. What should I use? Probably you. Yeah, I think you're my best bet. I think if I just use rollout and like I don't get, you know. Oh my god. And he missed. Okay, thank you. Do I have like a better revive? I don't think so. This kinda sucks, huh? God damn, I knew it would be his final Pokemon too. Okay, I'm just gonna use a super potion right now. Even though they will die next turn. Okay, and now I can't miss this, please. I can't miss this, please. Okay, thank you. That did so much. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, yeah, it's fine. What does the guy gotta do around here to get a soul link with you? Are you sure you want that? I don't know if that's a good idea. Have you seen my luck? I don't think that's a good idea. I'm also bad at Pokemon, I think. Wait, you took... Oh my god. Now I'm dead. It'll cancel out? I don't think so. Look at this. Oh, wait. No, don't do it again. Oh my god, if I don't one-shot you, I'm just dead. Oh, I'm confused. It's over. It's actually over. Yeah, it's over. Oh my god. This guy cannot do shit if he is confused. He will just only hit himself. He's so stupid. No, fine, I'll use this. Fuck it. have a lot of money, I don't care. I'm rich. And then I hit myself again. Oh my god, wait. It's possible! It's possible! They're not that stupid! This luck shocks me, but the loss is a loss. I didn't work hard enough to win. Your victory has earned you the Marsh badge. Oh my god. The Marsh badge makes Pokemon up to level 70 obey you. Stronger Pokemon will become wild, ignoring your orders in battle. Just don't raise your Pokemon too much to avoid that problem. Please take this TM with you. What is it? Is it psychic power? Isn't something that only a few people have. Everyone has psychic power, people just don't realize it. Wait, what was the TM? Nuzlocke? No, this is my first time playing this game. I'm just bad. What did they give me? Oh, it's Calm Mind. Okay. No, that seems better than Recover. But I don't know if I should do it. Where's my Quick Claw? I also need that. Oh, there it is. I couldn't find it. I'll give it to you. Maybe it'll make you better. Who knows? How do I leave? I have to figure out how to leave now. Uh-oh. I'm not gonna figure that out. Did I fight you? I did. I'll go here now. Oh, I left it. Okay, yay. That was easier than I thought it would be. Okay, now here is the problem. Where do I go now? Because I do not know. I'll just buy Hyper Potion since I can't buy anything else. Hi, Obedient, how's it going? Yep, I do not know where else to go. Is there anywhere I haven't been? Because to the right of me is just Lavender Town, right? So then I wonder where I go. This is confusing me. And I don't know where to go. What are my Pokemon stats? I need to know. Oh, you're only level 35? Do I have a rare candy? I don't think so. Let's see, Zinc, Max Revive, Full Heal, Leaf Stone, Elixir, yeah, yep. No. I knew it. Okay, what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna put a Pokemon in daycare that's low leveled, and then... I don't know where to go from there. I actually don't know where to go from there. I had to go to the right? Because I got... Oh yeah, but by the way, I got Surf off stream. I feel like I should mention that. But I got Surf off stream. So do I have to like surf somewhere? So I kind of just gave up. Because then I realized, oh wait, if I have to surf, I need you. I can't do that. So yeah, do I have to surf somewhere? Where's the map? I don't know how to look at the map. It's here, right? Yeah, that's how I look at the map. Yeah, that's just Lavender Town. Do I have to surf over here? To Cinnabar Island? Okay, this is Victory Road, so that's literally... Yeah, that's gonna be the last thing okay. I think I do, right? I just go down there and then surf to Cinnabar Island. And then that's the last thing I had to do? I don't know, I feel like I'm smart. Maybe, I don't know where to go. I'm just gonna go down there. I'm gonna see what happens. I had to get like so many items that I didn't even know I had to get, so you know. Hopefully this is the right move. And then, how do I get to... waters? I would like to surf. And then Pokemon... switch. There we go. I should be okay now. Oh, can I not do that? Am I not as smart as I thought I was? A ship set sail. I feel like there has to be a way to get over there then. But I don't know what that is. And like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. So, oh, I have to go further down. I see. Okay. So I'm on the right track. Wait, I never fought you? Win, lose, or draw. Okay, I'll fight you. Poliwag. Oh my god, wait. This is good for me. Maybe I can get better grass-type moves, I don't know. Or maybe not. Percy? Okay. I'm so glad you only have water types. At least it's some experience. Some experience is better than no experience, you know? I'm getting closer. Closer to, like, high level or something. Yippee! He's a gamer, bro. Why did it still give me so much experience, though? Let me live! Oh, what the fuck? Watch out for live. Wow, okay. Bro just turned around all of a sudden and wanted to fight me. Engineer, what? Oh. I see what he has now. Now, do I want to try it? You know what? I will try it. I will suffer. But I think I had to suffer. Oh my god, wait. Wait. I can still get a Charizard, maybe. Oh, nice. No. It must be this way. God, they're still low level because I just didn't fight them. You know, I could have used his experience, maybe. But also, I forgot that Fire is super effective against Steel. I don't know why I forgot that, but I did. So now I will just get nothing. So it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. I'm suffering. Why'd I give me so much? Okay. Whatever, I guess. How do I go down? I will just go here and hope that I can go down. Is how I go down. Yes. I fought all these people. No, I didn't fight you. What the fuck? Electricity is my specialty. I don't know a thing about Pokemon in the sea, though. Why does bro have electric? What the fuck? And why are they high leveled? Sorry, I was thinking like, wait, ground's good against electric, right? And yes, it's its only weakness. Sonic Boom. I mean, I think no matter what, I should one-shot this, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. And then Electrode should be no problem. I don't think Pokemon should be an issue anymore unless it's a fucking gym leader, you know? So, or Blue. Blue might have something stupid. Why did I get a 10 randomly? Okay, whatever. Yippee! Like I said, my luck is only good on magnitudes. I don't know why. It just is. Okay, I see that everyone gives you, like, so much experience for no reason. So I should just fight them. Even if I think they're gonna give me no experience, I should just fight them. Already fought all these guys, though, yeah. Oh, wait, I should have surfed here, right? Oh, wait, no. I don't know when to surf. Maybe, like, when I'm over there, but I don't know. I think this is where I had to go, though, right? Wait, I never fought you. Have you taught your bird Pokemon to fly? You'll be able to soar into the sky. Oh, that's why I didn't fight you, cause bird. I hate the birds. Pokemon. Right, that's why you're so, like, over-leveled, because fucking... Everyone just has, like, what you're weak to, ground or rock. So it's like, whatever. And then if I just use Roll Out, like, everything is dead unless I miss. Yeah, okay, you're dead. Give me my experience. And then you're dead. Okay. Just make me more powerful, I guess. Thank you. And now you're dead again. Yippee! Bro, Rollout is so good. Especially against these fucking birds. I hate these birds. Oh well. Please don't tell me I fight you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I fought all of you. So I shouldn't have an issue. I fought them all specifically too, just to like grind. And now where am I? I didn't fly, and that's kind of my bad. Okay, I have to go down. How do I do that, though? Do I just go down, like, from the Pokemon Center? Oh, here we go. Yippee, okay, yay. I had to exercise and warm up before going out for a swim. I should have done the Pokemon Center, actually. Whatever. Bro, you should, like, put on some clothes or something. That's all I'll say. Wait, you're not weak to grass, right? Okay, you're not very weak to poison either. No. Fuck you. Get stunned, idiot. Yeah, I should have gone to the Pokemon Center. Oh well. No, stop doing this. After it's fine, I forgot I had this move. Yeah, it's not doing very much to you, huh? Can you stop doing this to me? Bruh. What is Tentacle weak to then? It's water poison, right? So is it just weak to whatever poison it's weak to? And I forgot what poison is weak to? Oh wait, it's weak to Psychic. Oh, you're weak to Psychic. Okay. I understand now. Okay, you know what? That kind of makes sense. Shelter, no. This is a Pokemon that's weak to grass, though. And I will use Giga Drain. Why are you going before me? Can you not do this? Bruh. I swear. Bro. Yeah, that... Bro, fuck off. Fuck... Like, actually, just fuck off. I'm gonna use this. Oh, now you hit... Oh my god. This is the most annoying guy I've ever fought. Yeah, get fucked, idiot. Oh my god. He's so annoying. Let's get out. Okay, but now I have to go here because, like I said, I don't have any good grass-type moves. Not until, like, it's level, what, 42 or something? And then it learns a good grass-type move that isn't Giga Drain. So, yeah, whatever. Thank you. I just hope I don't suffer again, except I will. Because that guy was so annoying. Wait, slow down, you'll have a heart attack. Why does bro care? He's fighting me anyway, why does bro care? Go in. I can kill this, maybe. Probably not. Oh wait, I one-shot you, what the fuck? That's crazy. Horsey, okay, can I one-shot this guy too? Please? I'm way higher leveled, so I should be able to, maybe. Yay! Okay. Can I one-shot the other guy now? Bruh. Oh, sorry? Okay, I should be able to one-shot this. Yeah, fuck you. No! You do nothing to me, but fuck you. I still can't believe I need like 10 levels just to get a good grass type move. That actually just sucks. Huh. Especially like on long bouts like this, because I want to go back to the Pokemon Center just to get my PP. Because I'm gonna have to like go so far without a Pokemon Center. Fighting like water types. I mean, I don't have to fight them, but I should. Actually, wait, no, they're wild Pokemon, right? They're not gonna give me anything. I don't know. I don't know if I should fight them. Cause it kinda adds up, you know? That's the only reason. Oh wait, well, this guy's here too. I will fight all the trainers though. Even though there's a fuck ton of them. Ew, Tony. Oh my god, Swimmer Tony. I love him. I'm glad my Vileplume is finally getting to shine again though. It's been a while. I just wish my Charmeleon was able to shine. The last time it shined was in the beginning, which is kind of sad. But you know, whatever. Whatever, bro. It's fine. It's not fine. I'm dying. Please help me. What do I do? Should I just have chosen a Blastoise? Is that what this game is telling me? I should have chosen Blastoise. Or, you know, Bulbasaur. No. I tried typing for Pokemon, was a no-go. I don't want that to be the case. That shouldn't be the case. I feel like they kind of fixed it in later games, but you know. I just want my silly Charmeleon to be good. And my Vileplume's already gonna be almost higher level than it. Just like 3 more levels and it's higher level than it. Okay, Sheldor, no. Which is insane. Yeah, not fucking with shelters anymore, bro. After the last time, I have trauma. Uh-oh. Okay, no, you confused me, I paralyzed you. It works out. No. No. No, stop that. It does no damage, but stop that. No. No. Okay. Brother. Brother. Why can it still act? It's paralyzed, bro. And now I'm dead. See, this is why I said I don't fuck with shelters anymore. Are you fucking serious? You're paralyzed! Bro! The only time I'm able to act is when it's fucking... Okay, thank you. My luck is so bad. I'm being like, oh god. I don't know what to do about it. How do I change my luck? Someone has to tell me how to change my luck. I'm begging. I need like a good luck charm or something. I need something. Don't flail on me. I'm gonna... I don't know. What is it? What the fuck? What? Oh, I hate horn attack. You know, I could've just used acid again. I don't know why I did that. Whatever. I guess we're to hell, but whatever. Oh my god. Okay, at least I got a lot of experience. At least now things are cool. Maybe. I don't fucking know. I don't want to fight that guy. I want to go back up, actually. Are you fucking serious? Oh yeah, I don't want you. You're so low leveled, actually. Wait, get away from me. Why are they all so low leveled, like all the wild Pokemon? It's kind of insane. Okay, at least the Pokemon Center is here. So I don't have to worry, right? Yeah, oh, I pressed the wrong button. Bro, every single time I play this game, I'm just like, oh yeah, things will go well. I'm moderately leveled. I have good Pokemon, I have good stats, and then no! I get humbled by something. And I don't even know what I'm doing. It's my luck mainly, right? Yeah, I think it's my luck mainly. But like I said, I don't know how to change that. How do I change my luck? Okay, you know, if I get to like 42 or 44, whatever it is, to get a Petal Dance, I think it is, that'd be good. Because honestly, I am tired of having like low PP moves. So yeah. The only water type that you can fight. I mean, that's not true, but it might as well be. Just because they suck. Hi Souffle, how's it going? Oh my god, it's been a while. How you doing? Tentacle. Oh wait, why'd I say chain? Why do you have 2 tentacles? Bro, at least give my fucking Zaza like some experience, please. This is my highest level Pokemon, I don't need this. To be fair, they could probably like one-shot all these Pokemon. Goldeen, okay. I should be good again. Maybe. We'll see what happens. Bad things will happen again. It's getting so hot in my room, I hate this. Whenever I stream, my PC just decides to heat up my room. It kinda sucks, but you know, whatever. It's fine. And now I don't suffer. I will suffer later, but now is not the time for suffering. I suffered at the beginning of the stream, so you know, now is not the time for suffering. What the fuck? Fight me! I love swimming, what about you? You know, I used to love swimming actually, but now I don't anymore. I don't know what happened. I think I just hate being wet now. So yeah, I think that's what happened. Yes, thank you! Oh my god. Why does everyone have something that can just confuse me? It sucks. Okay. Sorry, I got a text. I got an important text. But now it should be fine. Yeah. That's it. Ouch. No, don't slap me. No. No. It says double slap. You're not supposed to hit me like 2 to 5 times. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god. You should be dead. You should be dead. Thank you. You're dead. It's kind of crazy how my luck is just so bad, you know? Is this a double battle? My big sis taught me how to swim and train. Oh, it is. Fuck, I don't know who to use then. Goldeen and Seaking. Who am I using? Okay, you know what? I'm fine with this. Because you also have no experience. Mega Drain, yeah, that one, and then you just like, you should like, yeah, bite the other one. Let's see what happens. That did nothing. What the hell? That did something. To be fair, I should have killed the Seaking, huh? So that's the stronger Pokemon. Oh, it flinched! Oh my god! You know what? Just surf. Whatever. I want to see what happens. Okay, yeah, that did nothing, bro. No. Uh-oh, wait. I'm pressing wrong buttons. Okay, there we go. And then you should be dead from this, right? Yay! Oh my god, you're leveling up so much. Crazy when that's like in an area that's geared towards your time. But whatever, can I fight any of you? I'm assuming this is the lot of people I can fight, so I'll just like stand here. Okay, they hate me. These waters are treacherous. None of them didn't want to fight me. Why do you have so many Pokemon? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Go, you. Yay, it missed. Don't do any damage to me, don't confuse me, just die. That's all you should do, just die. I got a crit, even though I didn't need it. I'm like almost 20 levels higher than this thing. Tentacle, okay, no. I'm doing so good, I think. I'm just trying to, like, grind and fight these trainers. And grinding is, you know, doing things. This looks like a cool little indie game. It is a cool little indie game. It's called Pokemon. Look, what do you think about this creature from this cool little indie game? What do you think about it? I have no PB, whatever. Was this made in yeah, it was made in RPG Maker. How could you tell? Bro, Zadap's getting like so strong, I swear to God. They're gonna be level 40 something by the end of this. Or maybe not, because I have no PP left, but it's fine. And a cruel, yes, change. Vileplume is so fucking good at murdering people, love him. Yeah, and Larry's also good at murdering people, look. Look at this, wait, just wait for it, look at this. Yeah, see? So good at murdering people. Thanks, Larry. Why'd you get so much experience? Dangerous. I will go back. I should have bought Easters. I don't know where to buy Easters though. I made like no progress actually. Oh my god. Larry's compound murder technique. Larry's not even here and you're shit talking him. What the fuck? I'm gonna DM Larry and say you're shit talking him. Oh yeah, and also I'm riding on your back this entire time. That black thing, that was you. See, this is you. You look like a whale. I don't know why. Oh, these are all trainers. Swimming's great. Sunbirds aren't. He says, wow. About us out, really? Okay. Thank you, Larry. Yippee! The background when you use like psychic type moves, it looks like a Earthbound background. No problem. Sea King, no. Feels really assuming you'd be dragged by your legs. Why would that happen? I have my Pokemon. Do you want to kill my other Pokemon? You're carrying me and the Pokemon. No, it's a very important job you have for once. No! That did nothing but no! No! I got crit. I'm great at important jobs? I don't think so. Bro! They just need to kill one more Sting and they... Oh my god. Kill this thing, yeah. This is the thing. I stand with my friends, I'm tired. Why do you put like so many trainers in this one area? It's kinda crazy. And yeah, I will fight all of them because they need the experience, but oh my god. They're just so much. Okay, well, you killed your one thing. Level up now, please. Yippee! Sorry, you know. Okay, you know what? At least I only had to suffer a little bit, maybe. If there's like a lot of trainers here, I only had to suffer a little bit with these shit moves that Vileplume has. But you know, after that, it should be fine. Like I said, once I get Petal Dance, it should be fine. Because if I just have Petal Dance and Giga Drain, like, yeah. It'll be good. Maybe. It just sucks that, you know, most of the grass type moves it has are low PP. So whatever. It's fine. It's not fine. It's fine. Die. It's fine. I just love your right. Can I have it if I win? Oh my, she wants my Gyarados. She wants you. Yeah, knowing you'd want to be with her too. A Poliwag. Please had like tentacles or something. I don't want to only fight water types. I want to fight like other things. Please. Please. No, is it only Poliwags? I swear to fuck. If it's only Poliwags. Yay, okay. Let's see, is it only Poliwag? It's gonna be only Poliwags, I swear to god. Oh, Goldeen. Okay, well that's something different. Not that much different, but it's different. I only have one more use of Mega Drain and then it's over. Okay, let's see. Seeking, okay. That's cool. Why? The one time I want tentacles and you don't have any. I'm 10 levels higher than you. I didn't fucking one-shot you? Okay, bro, stop pissing on me. I don't have fire type moves. Die. Get poisoned, please. Okay, or just die. Please learn Petal Dance. I know you won't do it now, but please just learn Petal Dance. Okay. Thank you. Giga Drain this idiot so it can die even more. Thank you. Yay. Thank you. Oh, I lost. I should just go buy an Aether, huh? That's what I really should do. I should just buy an Aether. Oh wait, there's the Tentacruel I wanted. Too bad the trader didn't have it. Whatever. I don't fucking want that shit. That shit is shit. So I don't want that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go see. Oh wait, I did look at the Pokemon Mart, right? And there weren't any Aethers. Did I? No, wait, I don't think I did. Not in this one. Not in this town. They're just, I don't know. I need to be level 40. Unfortunately, that's really hard. Where's the Pokemon Mart anyway? Oh, there it is. Okay. I see it. I did not want to go in here. But I see it. There we go. That's why I didn't go in, because I had to go all the way around. And you know me, I'm kind of lazy. Full heal. Bro, there's still no Aethers! You know what? I'll just buy you this. I'll just buy 4. Yeah, fuck you. I'm getting so much money from these trainers, like, fuck you. I wanted Aether. They're not giving me Aether. So your PP will always be low, I'm sorry. The PP will not be high, the PP will be low. It's not my fault, the game is making you do this. The game is castrating you, it's not my fault. If it was up to me, you would have high PP all the time. But it's not up to me. It's whatever the game decides. No. Level 8, bro. If I try anything, it'll get one shot. A lot of people still. What the fuck? The water shallow here, there are many people swimming. This guy hates me. And I hate him. I will kill him. Look at him, he will die. Right now. A fucking shelter. This is where all my PB just is gone. See, I told you. I'm gonna do it again. Are you serious? Okay, thank you. We're both stupid. I'm gonna do it again. Now you're paralyzed. No! Don't do that. It does no damage to me, but don't do that. Why does it do no damage to me? It's super effective, but that only did like 17 damage. I don't know. Maybe they're just stupid or something. Actually, I think it's because it's Shelter using it. I think it was like fucking Lapras or anything using it. Like, yeah, I would have been fucked. But it's not. I'm not fucking with this Cloyster either. Yeah, see, I'm not fucking with this Cloyster. I should have used Giga Drain if I'm not afraid of it. Oh, but it doesn't matter because I'm cool. Zaza is cool. I'm a good trainer. Yeah, it's perfect. That gave me so much. Now, hello, hi, Hyper Zeta. Zeta, how's it going? Fucking tentacle. Wait. Was this a trainer? No, it wasn't. Okay. I thought it was this guy. Why are you riding a Pokemon? Can't you swim? Good. And you, I am suffering. This game hates me, but also I'm having fun, so I don't know if I'm truly suffering. But I like Pokemon. I've already been bro, it's already been an hour? That's crazy. I beat a gym like within the first hour and now I'm just kinda like grinding here. Waiting for things to happen, but yeah. What was that? Was that under Horsey? Yeah, okay. They're gonna get me to level 42! There's a lot more trainers here than I thought! I mean, that's a good thing. No! Seadra. I think I know what that is. Yeah, it's that. It looks cool. I remember that. To be fair, all the Gen 1 Pokemon, like... I don't think there are any misses. Like, and the one that's like supposed to look goofy, like, you know... looks goofy. Now, to be fair, Horsey is just a seahorse, so I don't know. Maybe there were some misses. And it's Horsey. I should hop off Horsey, huh? Bye, it's dead. Oh my god. I just kinda hate like how in one battle, like my PP just it's gone. Like all of that, it's gone. I should just make it a Cinnabar and then see what happens. Or, why do you have green hair as your sprite, but then you have like blonde hair here? What the fuck? They're lying to me. I'm being catfished. It's all your PP. No, don't do that. Hi, RO. How's it going? Come on, can I make it to level 40? I'm almost there. Look at the bar. It's behind me, but still, you can see most of it. That's all that matters. Oh my god. I need Petal Dance so bad. Because only having Mega and Giga Drain just sucks. I'm being so for real, it just sucks. Or I can get Solar Beam. But then everything will take long. So I don't know. It'll take forever. Because then I have to charge, I have to use the move, and then I have to charge again, whatever. No! So I don't know. I mean, for gym battles, yeah, like, Solar Beam would be good. Oh, you don't fight me? Strong trainers and water Pokemon are common sights in these parts. They say that... Wait, what? Oh. They say that Misty of the Cerulean Gym trains here. Wait, am I supposed to go in here? Seafoam Islands. Or do I go to, like, down there? In that cave? I need to look at the map! The map won't even tell me anything, really, but... Oh, I did go Cinnabar Island over there. How do I do that? Well, I'm here now. Maybe this will take me to it, I don't know. Probably not. Actually, does it? Psyduck, what the fuck? I don't want that shit! Ice Heal. Oh no. Wait, why is there a hole? Fucking Zubats, of course. Yep, that makes sense. Like I said, I only fight trainers. Yay, what does this do? Oh, do I need to put the rock in the hole? Oh my god. What does that do? I don't know what that does. I did something, but I don't even know what I did. I guess I'll go in the hole and see what I did. Okay, rock. Yep, rock. Okay, here you go. Put the rock, thank you. Put the rock in the hole, thank you. And now I gotta do it again. While trying not to use my steps, I use my steps. I think I have repels, I should use them. Actually, when I go down, I will use my repel. I will regret this, but I will do that. No! See, I told you, I will regret this. An agent tells that there's a cave, there's a chance a Zubat lives there. Oh, that's insane. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm panicking. Uh-oh. Whoa, Zubat! I'm glad even though Zaza is slow as fuck, because there's such high level that it doesn't matter. Okay. Yay! Now let's see what that did, because I have no fucking idea. You get such a good representation in this game. Oh, Golbat! No! I had to switch. Oh, that sucks. Something faster, I had to switch. Okay. Who's fast here? I'm guessing you're fast. I don't know if you're my fastest Pokemon, though. Bruh. I mean, I guess we'll see. Okay, you're fast. Yep, okay. Revive. I can't go down there, that's... Oh, there's the rock. Wait, do I have to do this, though? Or am I just, like, wasting time doing something stupid? Okay, maybe I do have to do this, actually. But, I don't know. I am confused. Like I said, the game doesn't really tell you where to go, so I'm just kind of doing things. Whatever I think I had to do, I'm just kind of doing. Oh yeah, I said I would put on a repel, and then I didn't. I should probably do that. Bag. Where are my super repels? Because I know I have them. There we go. 200 steps? Bro, that's like nothing. Big Pearl. I don't know what that does either. Okay, so I can go back up, but I can... what the fuck? What is the point? What is actually the point? I mean... I'll just do this, I guess. I know, I'll just do that, I guess. This one will be impossible to move down. I think I moved the wrong one. Yeah, I moved the wrong one. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. I don't even know if I had to do this is the thing. Like, moving the boulders. Train is moving much too fast. Surf can't be used. What the fuck? I need waterfall. Or something. Wait, is that how I leave? I need to push the boulders and I can leave. Oh my, I swear to God. Also, right when the repel ran out. Ultra Ball. Boulders my... yeah, okay. Yep, I knew it. Oh my God. This game is so stupid. This game is actually so fucking stupid, it's funny. I will go up here. And then I will go up here. And then I will push this boulder. Oh my God, I'm so glad I kept strength on you. I knew I would need it in something stupid. I just didn't know what. It was this. Okay, there's one boulder there. What the fuck? Golduck. You know, Golduck is a cool Pokemon. I think I kind of want it, but it's not gonna be on my team, so whatever. Maybe next game. Actually, no, I know what water type I'm using next game. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm going up here. Cause I need to go up to, like, yeah, push those boulders in. But, I don't know. I honestly don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, what the fuck is this puzzle? Why do I have to push boulders to do shit? It's so stupid. And not only that, but then I had to, like, deal with all these fucking Pokemon that I don't want to have die. Oh, nice. Water Stone. Bruh. What does Water Stone evolve? I don't know who need- wait, is it Psyduck and Golduck? Oh my God. I should have bought more repels. If I knew I was going in a cave, I would. But I didn't know I was going in a cave. Like 200 stats is fucking nothing, bro. Especially since I have to walk around to get my surroundings. Cause I don't know what I'm doing. Oh wait. I don't think I've been down here yet. Yes, okay. Go down. Yippee! Okay, that's what I was missing. I have to go back down now. So I could, like, push the other boulder. And I have to go down again. Yeah, okay, I'm understanding now. Yeah, and then I have to push those boulders. No! No! This game hates me. Okay, so then which one do I... Okay, I push this one. I push this one all the way up. And then... Okay, whatever. This fucking seal just wants to kill me. It's the same seal every single time. And then... Wait. If I push it down, again, I can't leave. And then... I mean, I'll do it, but like, yeah, I can't leave. But then if I pushed it left, then it would have gotten stuck on the other thing. Mysterious. Bruh. Okay, I'm gonna have to like reset and like try again. But I think I'm close. I think I do have to push this one, maybe. Or maybe not, because I can like go and use surf. But there were more paths for other boulders, so I don't know, maybe. Is there any point going here? No, okay. Wait, why does it sound like that when I walk? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I just have to like go up. I feel like there should be other boulders. I don't know. I don't know though. You think I know what the fuck I'm doing? I don't. Hi Kuja, how's it going? Oh yeah, I can leave. Yippee! Are you on vacation too? No. I'm suffering. Oh wait, I thought her name was Panicker Irene, not Picnicker Irene. I was like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? No, don't blow bubbles on me. Why does it even do damage? Whatever. Meow. Yippee! And then Horsey. Okay, whatever. I would have preferred a grass type, so you know I could like level something up that I want, but whatever. This game just fucking hates me. I hope you get one shot. Yippee! Can you not hate me anymore? Can you like have a grass type? You know, just surprise grass type. See, okay, no, you just hate me. Why do you even have seal? What's the point of having this thing? Actually, wait, it's ice type, right? Oh well, it's dead. Oh well. It's water ice, right? Actually, oh, so yeah, I would have canceled out anyway. Are you planning any funny business for D4? Most when you were on my Rex, I figured kind of like a bad joke. I guess. Thanks for the follow-up. Also, by the way, hello. I am suffering. I need PP. I'm running out of PP so much. On that Pokemon specifically. I know the moves I gave it are kind of stupid. But also, I am waiting for one specific move. So whatever. Wait, do I have like a full... Yeah, Max User. I'll use this. On Mega Dream. I don't think I needed to do that, but whatever. JJ loves you, thanks for the follow too. I'm gonna show support, I had to get to my boxing match? What the fuck? Wait, that's so cool! Wait, if you ever come back and you tell me more about that, actually, I'm interested. That was such a wild sentence out of context. I mean, I've been making PP jokes this entire stream just because of this. I don't want- okay, wait, I wanted to switch. Oh yeah, bird Pokemon? Okay, never mind. I was gonna have to switch anyway, so whatever. Yeah, we'll do, but I'll try to make it quick for you. Okay, thank you. I'm actually so interested, wait. Sorry, whenever like people do anything athletic, I'm so interested, even though I'm not an athletic person at all. I'm being scanned! Oh, what the fuck? I thought oh, I did switch. I was about to say, I thought I switched. I used the wrong move. Oh well. I meant to use Roll Out. No, don't growl at me. It was that or googly eyes. I mean, I have a lot of funny redeems. I have a lot of silly redeems. I have a redeem where you throw Pikmin at me. It used to be pies, and then I keep forgetting. What the fuck? I keep forgetting to change it. Oh yeah, I also have that one. You love that one. I don't know why you love this one, but you love that one. What the fuck? I feel like I should just use Rock Drill instead of this shit. It's only 95%. Okay, you're dead. Another Fearow. You know what? Always bet on Rollout. Yeah. Always bet on Rollout. The kill bit rate looks like how I feel when I hit my funny bone. Honestly, makes sense. And that's how I feel when my bitrate is gone and dead. Also, how's the bitrate, by the way? I lowered it just to see if my PC wouldn't die. And my stream was in the green for once instead of the red. So, you know, but also I think I had like too high of a bitrate anyway. Down to just so I can't come back before stream ends, I'll just shoot text in general. Okay. Goodbye. You'll probably come back. My Pokemon streams are long, because I get addicted to this game. And then I'm like, I shouldn't be that addicted to this game, but whatever. Like, yeah, it's already been like almost 2 hours, and it doesn't feel like 2 hours. Have a great time. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna switch you and Zaza. There we go, Zaza's now in the front. Why does she have green hair? I don't understand it. My boyfriend gave me big pearls. Fair. I'm gonna steal them. No! Fuck the shelter! All the shelters! No! They bring me pain! I can't do anything. I know they're gonna use Protect. That's why, bro. Are you serious? And now I'm just gonna hurt myself somehow, even though, bro. I hate Shelter. Please, please, please. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Just don't miss. Yay. See, it's that easy. Just don't miss. Now they're paralyzed. They confused me, so I no. Wait, that does no damage. I don't know why I always hate that move. That move never does damage to me, and I don't know if it's like a shit move or what. I mean, it probably is just a shit move. Or if it's just a Pokemon, you know? Because Shelter is also a shit Pokemon, so I just don't know which one it is. I just hate fighting Shelter because it uses Protect and it's faster than me usually. And so I'm just like, fucking hell, bro. Are you serious? Yeah, bro, I swear it's all three Shelters. Valid. Bro, why does it always miss? No. Not Aurora Beam. Okay. Shelter Invasion. Why did it miss again? Look, as soon as I hit the Mega Drain button, it's gonna use Protect. Watch this. Oh wait, it didn't. Okay, never mind. I don't even know why it's missing so much. Shelter's slow as fuck. Oh, here's the bad one. Here's the one I don't wanna fuck with, so I gotta use Mega Drain. And that's my best move. Okay, it's dead. I just need Petal Dance. That's all I need. And then I won't be shit. Trust me, I won't be shit as soon as I have Petal Dance, I swear. Where am I? I'm nowhere. Check out my buff physique. Okay, bro. One Pokemon, Staryu. Okay, this should be easy. Oh no, it's almost higher level. Oh wait, no, it's not. What the fuck? I'm more higher level than I thought. Oh wait, I'm gonna miss now. Everything's gonna miss. Oh, it didn't miss. Goodbye, idiot. Oh my god. Okay, but you see now why I suffer. It's because my luck is garbage. The only reason I am suffering is because my luck is garbage. It's very funny to me, but you know. Should I even fight this guy? They're just gonna have water Pokemon. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should fight them. It is more experience, but then I'll have low PPs, so whatever. To be fair, Zada's PP will always be low. They were just born like this. It's not their fault. Don't shade them, I'm paralyzed. Okay, good. Whenever I have any status, I'm just so afraid. Because I know what will happen. I won't be able to move for 5 turns. And I should use my paralyzed heals and stuff. But will I? No. I'd rather suffer than use my paralyzed heals or confused heals, whatever. Bro. Okay, you know what? Maybe I use paralyzed heal now. Just because I want to actually make progress. Where is it? Do I even have one? I have a burn heal. Oh, there it is. I have one. My one paralyzed heal goes to you. I should buy more. Ouch. Okay, but I'm still confused, so this is bad. Okay, thank you. Yippee! You're not dead, what the fuck? You also have that move, bruh. Die! Please just die! Yay! Oh my god, something good finally happened to me! I used paralyzed heals, so like, everything was good. You're supposed to wait. I like how they're barely giving me money now, too. Oh wait, you know what? I'll go to the Pokemon Center and then I'll go back and fight that guy specifically. That's what I'll do. And then I'll go to the Pokemon Center again. This'll be fun. This is where the fun begins. Okay, yep, time to hate. Wait, no, I had to buy paralyzed heals and shit. Let's see, but yes, you may help me. You don't have anything. This is where the fun starts. Okay, yep, time to... There's a crack house near my apartment. Okay, I was making a Star Wars reference. I wasn't referencing that. Time to hate on this one guy specifically. I stand weird friends in our island. It wasn't easy. Yeah, no time to killing your Pokemon, buddy. I'm sorry, it has to be this way. I need the experience. You're gonna give me nothing, but I need the experience. And actually, I'll use my strongest move to hit on you specifically again. I don't know what you did, but I'm just hating on you specifically. And okay, yippee! Sea King. Well, watch this. This won't one-shot, but watch this. Sea King surprisingly has a lot of defense. It one-shot, never mind. Watch this. I told you I was gonna hit on them specifically. I'm so disappointed. Yo, I'm not. This proves Zaza is strong or something. Anyway, I will go to Pokemon Center. I will go to PC. Cause, I don't know, PC. I like my PC. That's why I'm going to the PC. Hang on, I am looking at stuff. I don't know why, but I am. Okay. Bye. What is this? Pokemon Lab. I'm guessing I do this before I do anything else. We study Pokemon extensively every day. People often bring us rare Pokemon for examination. Well, if I don't know, that's founder Dr. Fuji. Who's Dr. Fuji? I don't remember him. What is this? Pokemon Lab meeting room. I will talk to old man. Do you happen to have a Raichu? No. I found this most remarkable fossil inside Mount Moon. I think it's a rare prehistoric Pokemon. And you're not gonna give it to me? Do you have a Vino now? I want to trade for my Tangela. No. I don't care about those Pokemon. I mean, do I even have to be here? I teach you anything move, teach it to Pokemon, watch the fun. It's a move called Metronome. Okay, Metronome's funny, but no. Amber Pipe. Eevee can evolve into one of three kinds. Yeah, I know. Whatever, bro. Actually, it's more. This guy is stupid. I'm looking for the Pokemon Ponytail. Wanna trade? No. I am important doctor. Yes, very much so indeed. Here I study rare Pokemon fossils all the time. I study you. Have you? Oh, I do. That is a Helix fossil. Ammonite. Whoa. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I take a little time. You go for. Oh, okay. Thank you, I guess. I didn't know my Amber was also a Pokemon. I'm gonna be real. I thought it was just the fossil. So what do I do here besides the gym? What is this? Cinnabar Island, the fiery town of Burning Desire. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I'm guessing Team Rocket is here or something. I don't know. Something will be here. Something important. I don't know what that important thing is, but something important. Oh, wow, Pokemon! Wait, I'm slow as fuck. Let me run. Okay, thank you. I gotta switch my Pokemon again. I think you're faster. What is this? Escape rope, okay. You know what? That's kinda good. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. More Raticates, okay, fuck. Wait, you're almost leveled up. Okay, I'll fight this guy. You started me, I thought you were a ghost. I am a ghost, idiot. Watch this. Ekans. Wait, is everyone like a poison type here for some reason? I swear to fuck. Or do you just have like random Pokemon? I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know what's gonna happen. No, don't screech at me. Die. Because this isn't the Pokemon I want to level up, I'm being real. And neither is Grave. Ekans, okay? I swear to fuck if you only have these stupid fucking poison Pokemon. I actually swear to God. Cause what gym is this? It's fire type, right? Oh my god. Eradicate? You know what? You try. You try something. Wait, you're almost leveled up. I mean, they're weak. I don't have fighting type moves, so I just need to do this shit. Okay, you know what? That's good enough. Good enough for me. Ouch. What the fuck? He did that to me, Petty. Thank you. Okay, you're leveled up. Let's go. You're probably not as high level as you're supposed to be, but whatever. I can't get any wins. Yeah, cause you suck. Bitch. Wait, die. Go away. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying this to a child. I'm beefing with a child. To be fair, he was being petty towards me. He deserves it. Wait, you can get Weezing here? What the hell? Okay, I'm guessing it's just gonna be like the fully evolved forms of like all the Pokemon we saw at the beginning of the game. That's my guess. I don't know if that's a right guess, but you know, so far it's been correct. Yeah, Eradicate Weezing. And I don't want these fucks. I'll only fight like... Actually no, because you're still 10 levels lower and you give me no experience, so I don't know. I don't know what I do. Can you get away from me? You know what, I wanna fight trainers. Wait, I can't go down here, what the fuck? Oh, those are shutters, not stairs. Bruh. Oh my god, Growlithe! I can get an Arcanine and not have a shit fire type. Okay, no, I still have a shit fire type, but whatever. Because fire isn't really important in this game, I'm realizing. Unless I'm just fighting blue. Or, I'm sorry, shit ass. I always forgot what his name was. It's shit ass. Why can't I find the level 28 Rattata here? What is wrong with you? Bro just wants to be a rep forever. I should have repels. That's literally one step. It wants me to catch something. And I won't play these games. Okay, maybe I'll play these games. I'm guessing I have to be here though before the gym. Like, every gym has always had, you know, something to do before the gym. So that's what I'm doing. Oh, there's a guy down there. It kind of sucks because like 100 and then, you know, 200 stats is fucking nothing. I can't get out of this old place. This is one big puzzle. Just leave, idiot. Charmander. Okay, I have to do this then. Because yeah, you're barely higher level and I have to do this. Just so I can get more levels. No, that's scary, don't do that. Look at my speed. No, that's scary, don't do that. Yippee, oh wait, that did so much. Okay, now I see the power of Surf. My speed is shit though. Wait, this sucks. No. Okay, you know what? I'll give you a potion. You got unfairly damaged before, so whatever. Let's see. Okay, I was about to say, if your Charmeleon is better than mine, I swear to fuck. But it's not. It still got shit on. My bag of loot. Why'd you give me so much? Okay, where's my potion? There's my potion. I should have bought more, to be honest. I'll buy more after this. I still have 8, so it's fine. Rock! I should put on my repel, bro. I'm getting tired of these games. Are you getting the leg birds? What oh, Doduo and stuff? No. Or do you mean like the legendary? Is there a legendary in this game? Oh, yeah, wait, is Ho-Oh in this game? I thought that was Heart Gold Soul Silver. There's 3. Oh, yeah, Articuno, Zapdos, and the fucking other one, Moltres. I forgot they're in this game. I'll try. I'll probably do shit though. Can I get Mewtwo in Fire Red or no? Is that like a thing I cannot do? You can Mewtwo's after Elite Four? Oh. I see. Why? Why do I have to do 2Ks right after each other? This sucks. I'm dying. Wait, book. July 5th. Guyana, South America. A new Pokemon was discovered deep in the jungle. Oh, this is where it tells you the lore of Mew and Mewtwo. Wow, Mewtwo is Mexican. That's crazy. I'm just trying to run and get things. This game won't let me get things though. Why is there 2 ways I can go upstairs? How do I get the most things? Like I said, I'm only gonna fight the trainers, but oh my god. That's been so difficult just because every 2 seconds just a wild Pokemon. I should use Repel, huh? Fine. But like no store has repels for some reason. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my soup? There it is. I only have 3 of these. Why does this make Pokemon like not like you though, by the way? Iron. Like, does it make you smell like shit or what is it? Oh, I have to go up the other way. Shit, that way was useless. I mean, I got Iron, but I don't know what Iron does. Okay, at least I can fight this guy. This place is like huge. It's only burglars. I run is one of the EV value items. Whatever the fuck. I see, I run. Thank you, I run. Goodbye, Leiru. You're shit for this battle. I'm sorry. I was gonna say, to be fair, they got a crit, bro. And I got burned. Oh, I didn't. Okay. No, don't do that. Pardon, you only have one guy, bro. Like that only do have. No, I hate when they're petty. Brother. Who boots me? Hello, Holy Knight. How you doing again? Brother. Are you serious? I swear to God, bro. Oh my fucking god, I hate this actually. It's so fucking stupid. Can you like stop, bro? Thank you. Okay. And I swear if you hurt yourself, you're actually... Okay, thank you. What the fuck? So I have more hyper potion than I do super potion. That's crazy. February 6th, Mew gave birth. We named a newborn Mewtwo. Wait, in the games, Mewtwo wasn't a fucking experiment. Mew just gave birth. Wait, that's crazy. Wait, how do I go there then? The switches here open and close. Oh, wait, there's switches? Wait, where are the switches? Cause I can't get in there. No! Immediately! Get me out! Super repelled. I only have one more. Cause I don't see the switches that they're talking about. Unless it's these. How's the team coming along? Finally got Charizard? No. It's one level away. Also, hello. Wait, where are the switches? What do I do here? How do I get these things? They said switches. Or they said something about switches. But I don't know where they are. Wait, is it these? A secret, yep. Okay, who wouldn't? Oh, now I can go here. Okay, I see. You read the books on the table? Yeah. My mentor wants to live to you. Oh, Magnemite, do I want revenge? You know what? I want revenge. I'll see what happens. Will I have another Magnemite stupid fucking thing? Does that paralyze me? Yes. Why did it also do so much damage? What the fuck? Wait. If this one-shots... Wait. Come on, please. Oh, wait, you're gonna steal some of the experience. No, Leiru, I swear to God. Oh my God. It was you. You took it from me. Leiru, why? Why must you do this? Okay, at least I got good luck with this. Because funny. You leveled up instead. Okay, wait. Wait, I can still do something, maybe. Or, you know, just not be able to move for like 5 fucking turns, but let's see. Let's see. Okay, Quick Claw coming in clutch. Quick Claw came in clutch, let's go. I have a Charizard! Finally! Oh my god. Yippee! This took so fucking long. My final Pokemon to evolve was my starter. Actually insane. Whatever. Look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking thing. He's so cool. Wing attack. Sure. Just so I can have something. You know what? Fuck you, Steel. I don't really need you. Actually, do I even need wing attack? Because I'm gonna teach it fly. Just so I don't, like, you know, I don't need my bird anymore. I think fly is a better move too, right? I'm pretty sure it's a better move. Let's see. I mean, I can have 2 flying type moves, I guess. Let's see. Let's see. 60. Yeah, it is. I mean, that's less accuracy, but whatever. First time I seen a starter be on the most under level on the team. Oh my god, Aki, how's it going? It's been a while. I'm wondering if I should just get rid of this or some. No, because Smokescreen's kind of good, so yeah. Indeed, super tired. I'm also kind of tired because I was editing for like 4 hours today. But, you know. It's fine. Now I go here. Yeah, by the way, I was editing for 4 hours today. It was, I don't know. I liked the video. But, you know, it was something. Editing for that long, just, I don't know. It kind of kills your energy, you know? If you've ever edited before, like, you'll understand. But yeah, why did I do this? Leave! How do I open other switch? There has to be another statue then, right? Did I just miss somewhere? Like down here, maybe? Oh, what? I'm trapped here. I had to leave the other way. Wait, hang on, let me see. Yeah, okay, I thought I was going down there. Was I not? Oh, right, because the switch just trapped me in here, so I can't. The lore I know is from the anime, so like the fact that Mew just gave birth, I'm just like, whoa, okay. That's kind of crazy. That would have gotten spoiled for me, actually. Oh my god. It's like every 5 steps. Every 5 steps I get into a battle. Okay, can I leave now? Yay. I don't want to use my repel. I only have 1 more repel. Super repel, I should say. Where is it? Whatever, fuck it. As long as I never go in another cave again. That's a lie, I will go in a cave again. I just don't remember where the statues were. If there was one on this floor. Okay, there wasn't. I think there was one on the first floor though. Oh, wait, there is. Wait, the statue is Mewtwo. Okay, the sprite looks weird, so I'm just like, what is that? July 10th, we christened the newly discovered Pokemon Mew. Bro, Mew is Catholic. What the fuck? Why would they make Mew Catholic? No! Mew got pregnant? Mewtwo is fucking Catholic? What the hell? Pokemon lore goes crazy. They done a crusade on my boy Mew. Wait, I thought I had other repels. Do I not? Was that actually my last repel? Oh my god, that was actually my last repel. What the fuck? You know, I might escape rope this. I might just escape rope this. Just so I can buy more repels, but I don't know where you buy the repels. Because the shop here didn't have them. And then the last shop I looked at also didn't have them. So I don't know where you get them. It's a mystery to me. Like, what the fuck do I do? Where do I get the repels? Wait, can I go up here now? You can buy in Pokemart? No, the Pokemart that I looked at didn't have them. The one here didn't have them, and then another one I looked at also didn't have them. But so I don't know which specific Pokemart has them. Yay, I can get a protein, but I can't go back down. Can always fly to that one. Yeah, I know, but I don't know which one has it. And I don't feel like checking all of them. Just to see which one has it. Let me in, thank you. Let me in, thank you. Can I go somewhere else? No. I can't go anywhere. Pewter, Cerulean, Vermilion have them. I see. Only 3 of them have them. Which kinda sucks. Okay, I can't go up there. Bruh. Wait, could I go down there before? I don't think so. I guess we'll find out. We'll see what the fuck happens. Okay, no. God, what did that switch do then? I can't think because of all these fucking Pokemon. I can't check where everything, bro. I can't check where everything is. Why didn't I make it 200 steps? Like I said, 200 steps is fucking nothing. And then like every 3 steps, I'm fighting something else. Will that switch literally just for that door? Where the fuck do I go then? There's no like switch downstairs. Unless this switch blocked it, but I don't think it did. So I'll just go back downstairs. Like, unless there's a way on the left. Cause yeah, that's just the exit again, so I don't know. I don't fucking know anything. I try to do shit. Bruh, I actually should just leave. And then get the repels. And then come back. Cause honestly, this is so fucking ridiculous. Like, I should leave. Will I? Probably not. But I should. Was I able to go over here? I don't remember. Like, I've been getting into so many battles, I don't fucking remember. Bruh. 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 I wanna count. I wanted to see how many seconds it is until I get into another fight. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds. Which switch do I press then? I don't know. I think I had to go buy like so many fucking things. Repels. I think I had to do it. Have you tried pressing the switch too? No. Hi, Skyo. Every time I heal my Pokemon, I like drink my water. It's so... I don't know, I love my water. Actually, to be fair, every time I've been getting into a battle, I've also been kind of drinking water, but like, not in the mansion. Definitely not in the fucking mansion. Holy fuck. It feels in the mansion, oh my god. Where's Pewter? Actually, wait, what did you say? Pewter, Cerulean, and Vermilion. Okay, that is Vermilion. Yippee! I swear they don't have like the big fucking repels. I'm gonna kill myself in game. Or Regzo. I don't know how to say your name. How you doing? Okay, that's just regular repel. I need the super repel. What about Celadon? No, you're right. Okay. I'm always afraid that I'll mispronounce names. But also, I'm suffering right now because I'm in the Pokemon Mansion. I don't know what the fuck to do. I mean, chilling, shiny hunting your Charmander. Oh, isn't that a pain though? Because you have to like reset every like 2 seconds. I never shiny hunted before, but I feel like I would hate it. Because I'm very impatient and my luck is very bad. I never caught like a natural shiny before. Actually, no, I have in ZA, but that's ZA. I feel like in ZA it's easier. Where the fuck is the Pokemon here? Oh right, I forgot. There isn't a Pokemon. It's just this fucking thing. It's a... oh my god. Yeah, my luck is too garbage for that to happen to me. Do you have... no. I don't know which one has the repels. I'm gonna have to talk to all these guys just to see which one has the repels. Oh, there it is. I'll just buy like 10 of these, bro. Oh, whoopsie. Whoopsie. I forgot that's not the right button. Thank you. Goodbye. Hi Bubble Nubby, how's it going? And you get really unlucky and it passes that. Like I said, my luck is garbage. Well, I will die. I will actually die before I ever get a natural shiny. It'll never happen to me. My luck is just too garbage. Okay, now I can finally fucking sink. I will run out of super repels if I figure out what to do though. But I can finally fucking sink. Thanks for the head pat. Hi Rise, how's it going? How you doing? I'm doing good. It's going alright. I'm doing good. Oh my god. Actually no, I'm not doing good. I'm suffering here. I don't know what to do. I had to push like buttons, but I don't know which buttons to press and in which order. And also all the Pokemon that like attack me, they also make me they're just making me suffer. Okay, yeah, that just opened that. But now I can't go there again. But it didn't open anything here, right? No. Okay, so then what do I do? Because even the button like up there also blocks my path. I suck at Pokemon games. Maybe it's just garbage luck. I feel like I'm good with like the Pokemon I'm choosing, it's just my luck is so garbage. So I kinda can't do anything. This whole playthrough has been teaching me that my luck is garbage. Okay, and that opens this. And I already fought you. And then I went down here, but there's nothing here. Unless there's another switch that I missed, but no. I don't even know what the point of this is. You got this, trust. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, my tracking is like dying because it's getting dark in my room. So I had to turn on my lamp. Unless there's like another secret. Oh, what the fuck? I can do that? Oh, I see now. I see now. I understand the puzzle now. When in doubt, look it up. I think I understand the puzzle now. Oh wait, no, that just fucked me again. Did it? Actually, I don't think it did. I think that's literally what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to press this. And then I'm supposed to go down here. Somewhere down here. Yeah, there we go. Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone here. I see. See what happens when I can fucking think. Oh my god. The Pokemon weren't giving me time to think. They were just attacking me. I'm so cool, die. No! That does like so much damage for no reason. Whatever, you're dead. Also, it's kind of weird that like the trainers here is kind of low level compared to the gym. They're also not letting me like train up my Gyarados, but you know what? Whatever, it's fine. At least I can sync now. Meow. Oh wait, no. Meow. There we go. Yippee! Fuck you, Ted. I only like the show. Actually, I've been wanting to watch the Ted show. Carbos. What the fuck is Carbos? Okay, now I'm on the other side, I think. No! Oh, do I have to start over? Brother. Brother! No, go back. I didn't know that was a fucking exit. Where's the scientist again? He was down there. Oh wait, no, I remember. I really like your model a lot, by the way. Thank you. I also love my model. It took forever to design it and make it, but I'm glad it kind of took that long, because now I feel like it's perfect. I do want to try and get other outfits for it. That will suck though. Like, I already have like some design, but it'll suck because it'll cost a lot of money. Especially if I also want to change the hairstyle. It'll just cost a lot of money. And, you know, I don't like it. Also, how the fuck did I survive that? I don't understand. What is my power? Uh-oh, where am I now? Leaf is so powerful that she shakes the ground whenever she falls. It's kind of insane. Intimidate? Wait. What if I intimidate you back? Watch this. Get intimidated, idiot. What the fuck does that do? Okay. I don't understand. And he got one shot anyway. It identified to me like, okay, what does that do? I don't know. It sees a fucking fish. It identified a fish. That's what it did. I don't know what else. Yippee! Get stronger. Just get stronger. Okay, what does it say? Diary, September 1st. Mewtwo is far too powerful. We have failed to curb its vicious tendencies. Mewtwo is psychotic. What the fuck? I was trying to make a TikTok post for Juno and editor commissioned it and it kept tying it. Oh really? That's funny. Also Juno. Well, you know Juno? Well, I love her. I think we're friends now. I mean, we talk like every day, so I think we're friends now. Maybe. I don't know, maybe I'm stupid. But I kinda just like send her like edits I'm working on, so yeah. And oh, you're their partner? Oh my god, hello! Wait, that's so cool. Yeah, I love the art that she's made for me. I think my favorite one is the most recent one that she's made for me. The bikini one. I love that one so much. Sometimes I stare at it. I want to get more art, but also right now I'm kind of broke. The next art piece I'm getting is something that I commissioned like at the beginning of this month, so yeah, I don't have any money anymore. I mean, I'm gonna get money soon, actually. On the 5th or 15th, whenever Twitch gives you your money, I'm gonna get money again. But until then, I'm not gonna have money. She could win the summer outfit? Yeah, I want to. I wanna, you know, get that made for my model. It costs like $500 to get made. I like you stare at it as well. So it just kind of sucks. Damn, yeah. It's not just because of the outfit, it's also because of the hairstyle. But that's on, like, I can't do that. That's like half of what I paid for the VTuber model, so... Whatever. Where do I go? I'm confused. Is there another wall here? Oh, there is. Blizzard. I could teach that to my Gyarados. I seriously have to stand in front. Are you serious? Okay, I don't think there's wild Pokemon here. Thankfully, so yay. Secret key. What do I need this key for? So, oh wait, Solar Beam. Hang on. Do I want to teach that to you? Actually, I do. So you can at least have one super powerful move. So yeah. How do I do things? Open. Oh my god. Boxy is Boxy, thanks for the raid, how's it going? And, what was that? Sion Neon, thanks for the follow. Hello, how's it going? How do I shout you out? Oh, someone already shouted you out. Okay, thank you. It's going good? Nice. Hello. This is my first time playing Pokemon Fire Red. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm in a mansion and I don't know what I'm doing. But, how are you? How was your stream? What did you play? You love your models? Thank you. I think... Yeah, I don't know. I think I cooked with the design, though. And then my rigger and my artist cooked with their parts, too. If I could shout them out, I could. I don't know if they have... You're doing your best. I am doing my best. I don't know if they have, Wait, actually, I know one does. My rigger has a Twitch. He did Final Fantasy XIV Savage stuff for a bit, then put on Horse Girls for the new girl. Oh, I wish I liked gambling. Unfortunately, I don't. Hang on. I can shout them out. Well, I can shout out my rigger. I don't know if I can shout out my artist, because I don't think they have one. Wait, I can't shout them out. Why can't I shout them out? Oh, whatever. I'm gonna do this one. What, this one shouted out? Oh, yeah, there you go. That's my rigger. I don't think my artist has a Twitch, unfortunately. But, yeah. They're in my credits, so, you know, you can find them. If you like the art. The rigging was also, like, it was so good. Oh, that's why I wasn't finding any wild Pokemon. Oh, there are wild Pokemon here. But yeah, anyway. I hope all of you guys are doing well. Wait, Bubble, did you follow me? Did I not say anything? Wait, did the alert not, like, play? I'm confused. Just like... Oh my god, this place is making me confused. You did? It didn't play? That's so weird. Okay, that's why I didn't say anything, because the alert didn't play. But thanks for the follow. Where's my thing? I don't know where my thing is. That's my secret key. I had to hide that. You can't see my secret key. Where is Repel? Thank you. Oh, Boxy is Boxy, I can't speak. Thanks for the Prime sub. Oh my god. Thanks for the raid and the Prime sub. Oh my fucking god, actually. I don't think I can put into words like how much I appreciate this. Like, I'm bad with words, if you couldn't tell. But I do appreciate all of it. Oh, and then I have to hit this fucking switch, I see. Wait, what the fuck? Where do I go? Is the link working for anyone? But... Oh, the Nightbot link? It probably isn't. Just go to my credits, and then it'll be there, like I said. That Nightbot link probably just fucking sucks. Or I probably, like, spelled their name wrong somehow. It's in my About section. It keeps giving me an error. Yeah, just... Yeah. What do I use this key for? I can't leave anymore. I had to use this key for something then. Is there something here? I thought there'd be something like here, but there wasn't. And now I just can't leave. So it has to be in this area. Fuck. I only have one more repel. Because yeah, if I do this, then I can't go over there. And I just can't leave, right? Yeah, and then I just can't leave. Okay, so it has to be in this area. I like it here, it's... okay. The Twitch is PewDiePie Rin. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's because their Twitter is PewDiePie Rin. So I got it confused. I will check every plant. Maybe I'm missing something. I think I'm just stupid. I have a key. I got a secret key. I don't know what it does. Okay. All I know is it has to be here because I can't leave. I'm guessing these are all gonna be the same. Yeah. I fucking hate that, like, loud beat, by the way. It hurts my ear. I had tinnitus, so it hurts my ears. I love living with tinnitus. I don't even know how I got it, but I have it. Fuck. I feel that. Yeah, I don't even know how I got it, but I got it. Fuck, wait, no. Does anyone play this game and do they know what to do? I'm so confused. I'm actually so confused. Wait, Ditto. I kinda want it. But also, I won't use it. So I'm gonna leave. Once I started after I had chronic ear infections. I never had chronic ear infections, but I just have tinnitus and I don't know why. I had tinnitus, like, ever since I was a kid. And I think it was, like, just... either I listened to something too loud accidentally, or it was, like, a concert that I went to as a kid that just gave me tinnitus. I don't know which one. Look it up, okay. I'll look it up. Pokemon Mansion secret key. Oh wait, I think I just had to leave. Oh yeah, I just had to leave now. Okay, well that's easy. That's easy for me to do. I figured it out. I just leave now. I thought it was something I had to do here. And that's why I wasn't using the escape rope. But now I see, I just had to leave. So you know what, I'll do that. Where's my escape rope? There it is. Bye. I'm out of here. I can do this, right? Yep, okay. Playing this Safari Pokemon Pro, 1000 spirits with water, you'd better take... yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center and heal. And everyone's gonna be higher level than me, yay! I love this. I just don't know how high they're gonna be, and that's scaring me. I'm guessing like 45 or something is gonna be the highest level, but that's like 10 levels higher than me. Oh wait, you can hear my Discord pings. I thought I'd turn that off. I have faith in your team. We'll see. Why is everything dying? Was the key... Okay, Google said the key was just needed for this. But let me make sure. Card item found in the basement of the abandoned Pokemon mansion on Cinnabar Island is used to unlock the front door to Cinnabar Gym, which is this gym, so yeah. Okay, so yeah. It's cause it like... There's no like fanfare or anything, and I didn't like try to enter the gym for anything, so... Also, I think his size is 44. We'll see. Okay, at least, Enox, you know, is in the lead, so they should go first. But we'll see, they're kind of just intimidating each other. I didn't want to use that. Whatever. Oh, you also used the useless move. Okay, whatever. Go, my overpowered move. I love you. Vulpix. I like how you named it Enox. Yeah, Enox told me to name it Enox, so I named it Enox. I also have one named after my other mod, Leiru, it's my Alakazam. And then the rest I let chat name, but I kind of changed most of their names because I thought they were stupid. But yeah. I let chat temporarily name my Pokemon. Until I thought of better names, basically. And now I like their names. No, don't burn me. Fair. I think the only one that I think is like kind of bad is my Gengar's name. I named it Grape. Just because it looks like a grape. Other than that, I think I did a good job with my names. So let's see. Yeah, Opal the Golem, Grape the Gengar, Flare the Charizard, and Zaza the Vileplume. Bro, I love Zaza. Do you know how hot Pokemon Fire Breath can get? She couldn't think of better names. What do you mean? I could think of better names, I just named them after you. Zaza the Zaza. It is Zaza the Zaza. I changed that guy's name like 4 times. What was it before? It was just Weed, right? And then I changed... No Life... G-Real, thanks for the follow. It was... Okay, chat named it Weed. And then Enoch said change it to Pimpkin. I was like, okay, I kind of like that name. I'll change it to Pimpkin. And then I changed it to Zaza, because I was like, wait, it's just a better name. So yeah. That's the history. That's the Pokemon with the most history. They're so cool. Why am I getting no experience? If it was other Pokemon, they would have leveled up by now. Okay, you know what, the fact that the Ninetales doesn't like get one shot, it's scaring me. Because I feel like this guy will have a Ninetales. Or just something. Yippee! Okay, let's see. Let's see what'll happen. I had to fight you. You're not fighting me for some reason. I've studied Pokemon thoroughly. You can't win. Why are these guys nerds? Get these nerds out of my face. They're even named nerds. Why did nerds the fire type gym? I thought they would be like electric. That's kind of funny, actually. Well, and a crit. Yippee! Okay, you know what? This shit is easy. Oh, a Charmander. Bro, I can't wait to kill that. Did the water type gym even have a Squirtle? I don't think it did. Your banner on Discord's really cool. Cute? Yeah, I commissioned that a long time ago, before I was even a clown. I just never changed it. I was gonna change it to the bikini art, but it didn't crop properly, so I had to crop it. Oh my god, it killed itself, just like my other Charmander does. What the fuck? But yeah, that's the history. I don't know when I got that Arceus con, like it was so long ago, like I think like a year ago maybe. Maybe 2 years ago at this point, but I don't even remember. Oh, I got an ad. I said I conned that art piece like a year or two ago, before I was even a clown. I conned that art. It was just like a cute YCH com. And I was gonna change it to the Juno bikini art, but it didn't crop properly, so I had to crop it myself to make it crop properly. But yeah. After that, I don't know, I kinda wanna change it, but everyone keeps saying that banner is like cute, so I don't know if I want to. We'll see. Bro has a Ponyta. Bro has a level 41 Ponyta. It'll go before me. I like how even with Intimidator doing so much damage to me. I don't like it. Bro. If it's cute, I guess. No! Why would you do that? Bro was petty for no reason, just killed itself. Bro. A Twister. Twister's dragon, right? Yeah. If the Twister attacks the foe, it may make the foe flinch. That always hits 40? Oh, and that's also 40. You know what? Fine. You could get like a sideways post, so true. I just want it to be like, you know, full of boob. That's what I want it to be. I'm gonna go back so I can heal. Well, not only heal, but also get my PP back. Because like, I can just heal right now, it's fine. But like, my PP is running low. Like in real life. You know, sometimes PP just runs low. You can't do anything about it. It just kinda happens. All you can do is accept it. Or take Viagra or something, I don't know. Does that mean going to the Pokemon Center also is like taking Viagra? Oh no, why do I have to wax so slow here? I will fight all the trainers just for the experience, but like, bro, why do I walk so slow? Is this the final trainer? I'm guessing it is. I know why Blaine became a trainer, okay. Thanks, bro. Oh, Rapidash. Oh, wait, that can probably maybe kill me. Oh, you have a Rapidash, don't you? Like the gym leader. They have a Rapidash, I'm pretty sure. I'm trapped in the vortex. Die. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna one-shot. Oh, I'm so scared. Need to find more PP ups. I do. Okay, thank God it missed. I don't know how it missed, but it missed. Oh, that gave me so much experience, but oh my god. Okay, our leader Blaine became lost in the mountains, but good night fell when a fiery bird appeared. Its light allowed Blaine to find his way down safely. Oh my god, he met Moltres. Okay, no, you're the final trainer. I'm into many gyms, but this one best suits my style. I was gonna say Ho, but then I remembered Ho's not in this fucking game. But whenever I think of Fiery Bird, I think of Ho. And not Moltres. To be fair, I always forget Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos exist. I don't know why, because Zapdos is such a good Pokemon compared to the other two, but I just forget that it exists. Anyway, I'm killing this little fox. I don't know why, it's just dead now. No, I was gonna say, if I can just get to like level 36, I think I'll be fine. But I don't think that's happening. Unless they just give me like half, I don't know, like 1,000 experience for some reason. That sounds pretty top tier in this gen. What's your favorite Pokemon game? I don't know, because like I said, okay, actually we're here for this. I've only played the Switch Pokemon games, and well, this one now. Thanks for the head pat. So, yeah. I played all the Switch games except for Let's Go. And, out of those, ZA was really good. I love ZA, but I never played X and Y, so I didn't really understand, like, a lot of the references. But, you know, I think it's fine. That's why I'm playing these for the first time now. I'm gonna literally play every mainline Pokemon game up to Sun and Moon for the first time. Because I am a freak. That's literally why I am a freak, so I will do it. To be fair, the other Pokemon games will probably take like shorter than this, so yeah. So let's see what happens. Did I barely not like? Yeah, I did. Okay. It was good. I don't understand how the hate that came out for it at first. It got hate. Cause all I've seen for the game was like praise and stuff. So I didn't even know it got hated at first. And also like all the fan art I've been seeing too, like it's been getting like so much love. So I didn't know like it got hate at first. That is unanimously love. Definitely more than Arceus, yeah. Maybe it was like when the game first got revealed, I don't know. Cause you know how Pokemon fans are when a game first gets revealed. They always hate it, and then like when it comes out, they're just like, oh yeah, best game ever, 10 out of 10. But with Z8, you know, it kind of deserved that. It also gave some of my favorite Pokemon Mega Evolutions, except Goodra. Goodra still needs a Mega Evolution. I am Blaine, the red-hot leader of Cinnabar Gym. My fiery Pokemon are all rough and ready with intense heat. They incinerate all challengers. You better have Bird Heal. I don't think I do. Okay, 4 Pokemon. I think I can one-shot most of them. What the fuck, level 42. Their first Pokemon's level 42? Oh my god. Wait, that's insane. I mean, I just had to kill you. Okay, yeah, there we go. I think just had to one-shot you and level up. It was when it was first coming out. Yeah, okay. I kinda guessed that. Why did it only give me 800 experience? Okay, I don't think I one-shot the Ponyta, unfortunately. But I'm also not that afraid of Ponyta, so I guess we'll see. It's the Rapidash I'm afraid of if he has one. Okay, yeah, okay, I one-shot it. It's always the last two Pokemon, or the last Pokemon, I should say. But yeah, wait, what's your... Oh, it's an Arcanine, isn't it? Okay, I should have been afraid of the Arcanine, not this fucking Ponyta, or Rapidash then. No, I burn. Yeah, because you're gonna heal this now. Which means I should probably heal, but whatever. Oh my god, it missed! Okay, and I'm guessing you have an Arcanine. Yep, I knew it. Do I want us? No. You need the experience. Cause I could switch to like a ground type and then just kill him, but... Like I said, Enox needs the experience. So I will do this instead. It's level 47! Wait, I just realized... Oh, you're dead. You're not dead! No, wait, you are dead! Oh, no. Okay. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Time to send out... Hydrogen Bomb. Bro, I should've named Opal Hydrogen Bomb. That's what I should've named them. Because they are just a hydrogen bomb look. Whenever they come out, everyone, like, nobody does damage to it. It always one-shots everyone, like, bro. I am burned down to nothing, not even ashes remain. Volcano badge. Whoa. Like, Opal just my hydrogen bomb. What was mine? Head on true. Volcano badge heightens the special stats of your Pokemon. Here you can have this too. What is this? Fire Blast! Whoa, okay. Don't waste it on water Pokemon. Should I teach my Charizard Fire Blast? Probably. If it's better than fucking Ember, I will. I mean, it's obviously better than Ember. I should just get rid of fucking Ember. So yeah, I should teach it this. 120, 85 accuracy. Okay, yeah, whatever. Get rid of Ember. Is Flare Bits in this game? Do you like Silent Hill? I do. I love Silent Hill. Actually, what I wanted to do was because I'm kind of a LARPer right now. I'm sorry to say, I played every single Resident Evil game. I've only played Silent Hill 2 Remake and F. But, I do, you know... I grew up watching people play those games because I could never play them. One, because I was poor, and two, because I never had a PlayStation. But, yeah. No, please! Oh, wait. If it isn't Celeste, look, it's me, Bill. Long time no see. I hope you're still using my PC system. Well, listen, since we met up here, how about spending time with me? There's this little island in the south called One Island. A friend invited me, so I'm on my way there. How about it? Sure. Wait, we're leaving right now? Looks like my pal's boat arrived too. He sent it specially here to Cinnabar to pick me up. Oh, we're leaving now? Oh, no. You should play some of the games on... Yeah, I will play them on stream, actually. I just don't know when. But I have been planning to play them. There's several islands around here, and this is one of them. My friend Celio sent the boat to fetch me here. He's in charge of the island's PC network, but I've known some. Why am I telling you this now? Let's just go see Celio. Can there be a Pokemon Center? Oh, there is, thank you. Hey there, Celio. Bill, I can't believe you came out here. Well, absolutely. How's your research coming along? Oh, wait a sec. Celeste, this is my buddy Celio. He is one dedicated PC maniac. And oh my god, it's Leiru. Celio, this is Celeste, the rising contender as the Pokemon champ. That's really impressive. I hate to say it, but I have zero aptitude for battling. I think Player Bits is later gen. Oh, I see. Okay. Anyways, I'm glad to meet you. So bring me up to speed. How's your machine running? It's running fine, but we're too remote out here. The PCs on this island just can't link with your PC, Bill. I love computers. Oh yeah? Okay, let me take a look-see. Hang on here, I think we can make it work. Let me help you, okay? Celeste, can I get you to wait for me just a bit? Actually, can I get you to do me a favor? The island next to this one's called Two Island. Whoa, there's a guy there that runs a game corner. He has a stink for rare rocks and gems. We keep in touch being fellow maniacs, so can I get you to deliver this meteorite to him? Okay, okay. Just casually give me a fucking meteorite, whatever. If you're going to Two Island, please take this. What the fuck is this? It's a pass for the ferry service. Oh. I will let you travel, but it'll let you travel between islands 1, 2, and 3. Oh, you should have this too. Why am I getting so much shit? Oh. I'll catch you later. Say hi to the guy for me. It's like all water, fire, grass are based on this gen, and Recon are all attack based. I see. Why is it censoring you, by the way? Are you censoring it yourself? But it shouldn't. Nightbot shouldn't be censoring you, so I don't know why it's censoring you. Maybe it's Twitch, I don't know. This island is an enormous volcano, it hasn't erupted lately, so why not enjoy a hike? Cock. I have to go to the bathroom. BRB. Let me do this. Yes, I will also run an ad, so you don't get ads anymore. For an hour. BRB. What the fuck? Why are you planning to overtake my channel? What the fuck? I have nothing. I only have my channel. Hello. I'm back. Am I tabbed into the game? No. Now I am. I don't like tabbing out of the game because and bad things happen. Did I heal my Pokemon? I did, okay. I didn't even remember. Thanks for the head pat. But yeah, I don't like tabbing out of the game because later, what the fuck? Because it controls my PC, it controls the Windows, and I don't know why. And people all want to go out to big cities, but I want to stay here forever. Well, what the fuck? What are you guys doing? On sunny days, I step out and gaze upon the volcano. That's my daily routine. Let me think, when was the last time Mount Ember erupted? Never. Fighting you. Everyone's fighting me. Wait, why the sign looks different? Like the sprite. Or am I just stupid? I don't know. Where do you want to sail to, island? Yippee! Bro, it went so fast. I think that made me seasick. I think I have seasickness now. I don't have seasickness, but I think that gave me seasickness. Let me go in here so I register the Pokemon Center. Do I have to use it or do I just have to walk in? I mean, I guess I'll use it just in case. But yeah. Whatever. Whatever, bro. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. What does this guy say? There's an old woman who lives in a cottage out on the Cape. She gives the eye to Pokemon. It's a bit unnerving. No, I don't have cut. I mean, I do, but... whatever. I should give, like, one of my Pokemon cut. Just so... Wait, what? Oh, right. Never mind, I don't have it. Throw my physical spell scum. Why don't you fight Nightbot first? Boone Island for 2, or Leiru. Skip and chomp joyful game corner. Okay, boing boing, have you tried the jumping game? The Pokemon you can enter boing, some go boing and some go boing, whoa. Where's Lostelle gotten to today? She always brings me lunch every day right about now. You there, are you friend of Lostelle's? I don't know, balding middle-aged man. I don't know where she might be. She should have been here long ago. Lostelle's a cutie, she got my looks. So what is something happened to my Lostelle? Please help me find her, please go search Tree Island. Okay. Why are you crushing on Nightbot? I don't know. What is this game quarter? How much sadder can this get? These clowns, they said they'd be waiting on the island, so where are they? Hey you, is this the only Tree Island around here? No. What the fuck? Try waking up before you crawl out of bed, you punk. This is Tree Island. Move and get your filthy motorbike out of my place. These islands are confused. Oh, he just left? Okay. Would you look at that? That punk's got up my floor. I knew I was gonna fight him. Instead, he was just kinda rude for no reason. I'm the Pokemon Move Maniac. I know every single move that Pokemon learned growing up. I'm also a mushroom that bring me 2 times. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what the mushrooms are for. Okay. To reteach people moves. Because Nightbot is so cool. I love her. Welcome to my shop. We've only opened up recently. Our merchandise is limited, but what is it? Great Ball or fresh water? Okay. What is the point of this? That fellow there, he moved here from Ceylon City, started up a shop with his younger brother. Whoa. Wait, I can go up here? Oh, it's for wild Pokemon. Okay, I probably have to do this later. So, I will not do it right now. Or else the game will kill me or something, I don't know. Something will happen. And I don't know what, and I'm scared to know what. That's like the one fast thing in this game. Let me guess here, I'm just gonna have poison types. So let me just get Leiru out. My most over-leveled Pokemon, they'll be over-leveled again. We're the Kanto Rider Federation. My bike's jumpy, so I have to make exhaust noises myself. He's so cool. Work over some spending money. Wait, I can't stop them? Okay, that's kind of weird, whatever. From this day on, this island is ours, or so- oh wait, what the fuck? What the hell is happening up there? Can a fish in a Twitch mod truly fall in love? I don't think so. I'm gonna go in this house first before I go up there. Rock. Oh. Rock. Thank you, Rock. Okay, are you the boss? Go back to Kanto right now. I just got here, pal. What's with the hostile attitude? It's mighty cold of you. Your gang of followers have been raising havoc on their bikes. Do you have any idea how much trouble they caused us on the island? No, man, I don't get it at all. Look at this place. What do you do for entertainment? You gotta be thanking us for livening up the sleepy village. But hey, if it's this, you can try making us slave. You cowards, so tough in a pack. What are you staring at? Don't you know it's not polite? You wanna make something of it? Yeah. I like your guts, you'll be losing money to me, but... I'm gonna kill this guy. Look at him, I'm gonna kill him. Goon! Coughing. He's gooning, I'm gonna kill him because he's gooning all over the place. He's now dead. Actually, no, he has one more Pokemon. But then he'll be dead. Look, that just... Come. Why did I say that? Oh well, the Gooner is dead. There's defeating the Gooner with his murder beam again. He has to. He hates Gooners. Don't you dare laugh. Oh, what the fuck? Aren't you from Kanto? You should be on our side. Fight fucking all of them in a row. I swear to fuck. I'm so glad I put you in the lead. Oh my god. Go, Murder Beam. Yay, I love Murder Beam. You're gonna get so much experience from this. Stop fooling around. I'm gonna get so much experience from this. What's the matter with you getting a hot like that? Totally uncool, man. We invited a boss out here, but you had to mess it up. You embarrassed us, man. Bro, what the fuck? They're all gonna have one Pokemon. They're all just gonna get one shot too. Like, look at this. Go, Murder Beam. Kill the goon. No more gooning. I am anti-gooning, and so is Larry. How'd I get no experience? What the fuck? Boss, I'm telling you, you gotta do something about this kid. Okay, there we go. I've been watching you and I'd say you've done enough. What are you, their friend or something? Then I guess he'll be battling me in their place. I'm so cool. Oh, it's... Cuball Paxton. Yup, thank you. Bro, I love Cuball Paxton. I'm gonna kill him. With stronger Murder Beam. Look, see, he's dead. Bye. Oh my god, so much experience from that. And then just a fucking muck. I think they used like their strongest Pokemon first. But whatever. As long as Larry keeps one-shotting, it's fine. Like, look at this. Alright, enough, we'll leave you like you wanted. We'll be happy to see the loss of this boring island. What? Go right on hanging around these hay seeds. Thank you, these goons were nothing but bad trouble. Look, your Pokemon got hurt on my account. Oh, thank you. I don't think they got hurt. You got seriously impressive Pokemon with you. Yeah, I don't think they got hurt. It'd be fancy someone as strong as you lived here. I hope you'll at least stay here a while. You're looking for Lastel? Lastel went out towards Bond Bridge a while ago. What the fuck is Bond Bridge? You're a machine, you are a machine. Only against Psychic and Ghost-type Pokemon. Actually, it might be against all, but we'll see. Not Psychic, I meant Poison and Ghost-type. But we'll see. I like how they made Alakazam like the perfect counter to Gengar too. Because, you know, Gengar is Ghost Poison, and Psychic is just good against Ghost Poison. So it's like, whatever. Wait, there's a shop here? What the fuck? Hyper Potion. Max Repel. Oh, that's 250. Whatever, I'll buy it. I think I have Ultra Balls, right? I think so. I will buy Hyper Potion, though. Because I will probably need these. And then I will buy Ultra Ball. I will buy like 6 of these. Even though I'm pretty sure I have some already, I will buy more. Just in case. You never know what's gonna happen. I don't fucking know. To be honest, actually the most populous of the islands here, it could actually be less sleepy, but I wouldn't want to see goons like those bikes, okay. Oh, this is Bond Bridge. I have found Bond Bridge. Why am I finding the fucking level 32 Pidgeys here? What is the point? Oh, I'm guessing that's her. If I had cut, this would have been easier. We'll teach you what our favorite Pokemon is. What's your fucking favorite Pokemon, child? I will kill you. Joy and Meg. Oh, Clefairy. I see. I understand now. I don't think I have anything good against normal. No, I don't have fighting. So, I will just use this. And then you... Oh, that hits all. Okay. Well. That kinda sucks. Okay, never mind. You're good against everyone, later. What am I saying? And then Enox attacks you, too. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't hit all. Okay. It just hits everyone on the other team. Later, and I will kill these children. Meow. I think Later did all the work. I'm being so for real. Oh, Meg. Don't say that. I fucking hate Meg. No. Oh wait, that woman's probably a trainer. I see. Yep, I knew it. Okay. Where are you at to in such a hurry? Larry was friend gender symbol goes hard. Bro, why do you keep talking about it like this? Whoa. And we have a Hydrogen Bob versus Coughing Baby? Probably not, but let's see. I want it to be that situation so bad, but I don't think that'll be the case. Unless... Okay, it is. Yippee! Too bad you also got some experience, but fuck you. Oh, Ivysaur. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can do this. Okay, I'm guessing the last one will be Venusaur then. As long as I don't get paralyzed or confused, Flare is fine. I've been telling you. As long as he doesn't get paralyzed or confused, it'll be fine. And you know what? Fuck you, Fire Blast. No. I got too cocky. Okay, fine. Flamethrower. I kinda just have Fire Blaster as like me move. Cause I know it'll probably miss knowing my luck. But yeah. It's funny. What is this little child doing? Yay, Pokemon! Bro is a menace. Bro is a menace to society. I need to put her down. I'm sorry, it has to happen. I need to put her down. I will put her down now. With Zaza. Zaza will put her down. No. You know, I don't think I should have given Zaza's Solar Beam. I'm gonna be real. Because Giga Drain is so good. Vileplume wins again. And then once I get Petal Dance, like... that's gonna be my basic, like, attacking move. And then I can just switch to Giga Drain if I need to. But the problem with Solar Beam is that... yeah, it takes a turn to use. Like, that's the problem with Solar Beam. Like, yeah, it's so good, but it takes a turn to use. So I guess if I want to one-shot anyone, like, yeah, I could just use Solar Beam. But then, like, why was that grungy? Anyway, goodbye, Benbouge. Benbouge is dead. Vileplume had to kill Benbouge. I had to kill another Benbouge. Stop, I had to. They're shitting on me, I had to. Sunny Day, can someone balance it? I think Vileplume gets the chlorophyll. Oh, is that what? Okay, I do have Sunny Day. And I was thinking of putting it on the Vileplume. But I didn't know what else it did besides, like, making, you know, Vileplume stronger. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll get rid of Acid. Since I don't really use Poison-type moves anyway, for super effective, and it's not really, like, you know, that good. I'll give it Sunny Day. And I'll see what that does. Because like I said, I do have Sunny Day. I just didn't know what else it did. Besides that. The Sun blazes for 5 turns, powering up Fire-type moves. If it has Chlorophyll, it will double Vileplume speed in battle. It also turns Solar Beam into 1. Okay, yeah, it does have Chlorophyll. Okay, cause yeah, so... yeah, I think Acid is my most useless move. Okay, yeah. Yippee! And then let's see. Just to show you that I am not stupid. Cause it does have Chlorophyll. Wherever it's at, yeah, there you go, Chlorophyll! Raises speed and Sunshine. Actually, what ability do you have? I think it was like useless. Oh wait, no, that's not useless. What the fuck? Prevents flinching. Wait, Larry, you are really good. What the hell? I know there's someone with the useless ability, I just don't remember which one. Yeah, okay, you have Intimidate. Prevents recoil damage. Wait, that's also really good. If I just give you a really strong recoil move, what the fuck? Not hit by ground attacks, okay. Yeah, I think... which one had the useless ability then? Don't tell me it's you. That's fire moves in a pinch. Okay, it was probably like my bird then that had a useless one. And I just don't remember. I will fight this child. My mom said I can't swim without my float ring. I will fight all the children. Should I even give Vileplume, what is it? Pedal dance? Should I even do that? I don't know if I should. No, that did nothing. Because I kind of like the moves it has now. It's so good for gym battles, it's not like, you know, the fight tier. Like, if I ever fight Blue or the Elite Four, like, when I do that, like, my moveset is so good. But, you know, fighting, like, people outside, like, my moveset isn't good. Pedal dance is kind of up or down. It hits hard, but you're locked into it for 2 to 5 turns. Oh, it's like a... rollout. I see. Because I love Giga Drain. I might change Giga Drain to Mega Drain, though, just for more PP. Because like I said, like, all these moves are good, they're just very low PP. That's why it kind of just sucks. But Biofilm is very good, like, otherwise. Like I said, if I'm fighting the Elite Four or, Blue, like, Biofilm is gonna be, like, one of my best members. Just for Sunny Day alone. And Stun Spore, actually. So yeah, whenever that happens, like, the salty tank of the sea, it tickles my heart. Bellsprout. Oh no. This is where it all falls apart for Flare. Flare has been having a generational run, but now... Oh, wait. Hang on. They can still have a generational run. Yeah, just piss more fire. Yeah, just keep doing that, buddy. Just don't miss anymore. That's all you have to do is not miss. And then we win. Don't. And also, when you get confused, just don't hit yourself. And when you're paralyzed, just try to move, please. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to fucking do. Bro, even like with fighting all the trainers, I still feel like I'm so underleveled. It's kind of crazy. Berry Forest. Welcome to the Berry Forest. Be friendly and share berries with others and Pokemon. What if I don't want to be friendly, huh? You ever think of that, buddy? Oh. I thought I was gonna regret my words. I need cut, but I don't have cut. I mean, I don't need cut, but like, it'll make this easier. What the hell, Gloom? You know what? I will fight this. It'll give Flare a lot of experience, maybe. Maybe it'll do that. What does that do? It heals you. Die. I should probably put Flare in the front. I will do that right now. Pokemon Switch. I am sorry, Leiru. But it has to be Flare. This is why back in the day we had HN slaves. I do have an HN slave. I just put it back in the box because... I don't know. Because I wanted like my entire team with me. But you know, these people aren't... my HN slave isn't part of my team. So it's like, whatever. It's fine, but like, whatever. Yippee, Bohio. Where do I go now? That there, that's the beginning. I'm gonna get lost again, watch. Watch this. I'm gonna get lost again. Okay, I'll fight Gloom until, like, I turn level 40, maybe. Until I run out of PP. What did it do? Because I am one-shotting them, so, you know, it's fine. They're not really giving me that much experience either. Do I need cut? No, I just need to go over here. Why there's so many Glooms? Why must I kill all of them? They're dead. Oh, item. Yippee, max ether. I could use that right now, actually. Brother. That was like 2-step being a nat. No, I like killing Gloom, not Venonat. Fuck you. Why did my PC refresh? Not my PC, my laptop. Just burn down the whole forest? I want to. I hate this forest that's full of friendship and magic. Do I just have to go down? I'm guessing so. And then I saw a girl up there, so there are trainers here, which suck. So I can't waste any more PP. Do I just surf across? Yes, I do, okay. Where's Piplup? Not in this game. Beware of wild berry-loving Pokemon. Oh, that's Lostel. A scary Pokemon appeared there a little while ago. It kept scaring it. It made Lostel scared. I'm just scared to move on, but I want to go home. Here it comes again. Don't go away. It's scaring me. I want my dad. What the fuck is it? Oh. Okay, buddy. I see now. Fire, let's go. I didn't miss. Oh my god. Blair fucking hates pedophiles. Good on Blair. They made sure to not miss. Yeah, guess what, buddy? You're dead. And it was also because she was lost in the forest. I see. That makes sense. That was so scary. Thank you. You can have this. I got Iapa Berry. Iapapa Berry. Never mind. Not so scared, so can I go with you to my daddy's house? Let's go home. Yippee. Oh, we just teleported? How can I thank you? Lostel, darling, forgive me. Daddy didn't know you were scared and in trouble. I gotta be friends with Celeste. Oh, I can move now. What's that? You're saying that this is for me? How did you know that I know rare rocks and gems? You sure know how to make a guy happy. Yeah. This is from Bill. You have to thank him for me. You know, you've been fantastic. I might have this. Oh, Moonstone. I already have one. Okay, so do I just have to go to Bill now? Her name was Elle at birth. And now she's lost. I see. I understand now. I am the understander. So I understand now. Okay, I will go to fucking Pokemon thing, whatever. I don't know what the fuck, I'm stuck. One island. Why does he go so fast? This is like the only thing in this game that goes fast. Is it because this is like new? It's not based on anything in the original. But kept you so long without having a good time. We got it done. The PC's up and running. Well, Bill's one amazing guy. I had to hand it to you. Learned a lot. Well, there you have it. I finished with the job. We should head back to Kanto. I'll be seeing you again. I'm really sorry that we sent you off alone today. I promise I'll show you around these islands sometime. Wait, what do I do now then? Wasn't that a long cruise? My buddy Studio seemed to enjoy your company. I'm sure he'd welcome you if you were to visit him again. If you have a tri pass, you can always take a ferry there from Vermilion. Well... Bye. Okay, where do I go now? I don't know what to do. The game just kind of like took me somewhere. Now I don't know where to go. I just did what the game told me to do. And like I said, I've been fighting every trainer, but I still feel so underleveled. There's only one more thing to do. Go up here. Is that it, actually? Let me see. Yeah, if I go up here, I'm back in Pallet Town. I mean, okay. Whatever, I guess. I just go back. Cause I don't know where else to go. Right now, I'm in a triathlon meet. Triathlon. I don't know why I couldn't pronounce that. Do I have PP? I do. Okay, well, bye. I hope there's not a lot of trainers in my path. So we'll just see, I guess. Yeah, piss on them! Yippee! War turtle, no. There's like 5. Okay, I think I can make it. Maybe. We'll see. I'm just glad my Biofilm can finally do a lot of damage now. So the Blastoise shouldn't be an issue anymore. Shit-ass's Blastoise. It shouldn't be an issue anymore. Speaking of him, I haven't fought him in a while. Just to get space and memory. This guy's not fighting me. Unless he just kind of missed. Okay, there. Yeah, it was missing me. I don't know how it was missing me, but he missed me. That's wild, bruh. Oh my god, Anomaly, hello. How's it going? No, don't make it rain. Wait, is it both sunny and rainy? Can I do this then, or is it bad? Oh no, they just canceled my move out. What the fuck? Pikmin. This guy just keeps canceling my moves. I should've just dealt with him. I should've just killed him. What the fuck? Just dropping by before I go Hangshu. Wow. About to be Zaza right now. They need to wake up. They need to wake up. Nothing is being done to them, but they need to wake up. Please, Zaza. Just wake up. Oh my god. You're stupid. Hinoxi's Pikmin Barrage. No. No. You use it on Zaza. What the fuck? You're not supposed to do that. Okay, thank you. I swear if you cancel my shit again. Tentacle? Okay, I will change. Because I am useless against that. Well, Zaza is useless against that. Leiru isn't though. Leiru will one-shot it. Look at what Leiru will do. Goodbye. Leiru's cool, look at Leiru. Seadra. Okay. I mean, whatever. Whatever, bro. But yeah, whatever. Die. Why didn't I change whenever you're dead? I don't know why I didn't change. Leiru now is stronger. Leiru goes stronger. Leiru must get stronger. Leiru will always get stronger. You cannot stop the Leiru. Jack. Oh, that's kind of cool. Anyway. No. I mean, that move always goes first, but whatever. Die. Are you serious? I need- okay, so yeah, the plan is just Stun Spore, then Sunny Day, and then... fucking... yeah. Whatever, bro. Die. Yippee! Yippee! What the fuck is happening in my Discord server? Why is everyone joining it now? That's crazy. Prepare to get at everyone like almost every day. I'm sorry, by the way. That's more than 5. He cleanses my body and soul. Steedra. Okay, here we go, Stun Spore. Let's see if all this setup is worth it. Ouch. Actually, I'm gonna use Giga Drain, because I'm taking damage. I shouldn't take damage, and that's Sunny Day. You're back, hello, welcome back. I am taking damage, I will die. And then, hang on. And then, piss on him. Yeah. Why is there green in the piss or whatever? You bodied him? Whoa, nice. Oh, that's a change. No, all that setup for one Pokemon. Whatever, bro. I made water-type moves weak. Die. Yippee! I told you, Leiru must go stronger. Yeah, I'm glad you had a good match and won. I won my gym battle. I think I'm about to fight another one. But we'll see. Cedar and Starmie. Oh my god. Wait, the dream team right here. Actually, I might have to switch Enox because yeah, but we'll see. I would just Giga Drain Starmie and then I guess I just Twister though. I didn't know I hit everyone. That did nothing. We are both unstoppable, yippee! Okay, yep, I knew it. God, I get so much experience for no reason. Wait, that also hits everyone? Wait, that's crazy. Solar Beam, and then Bite. That almost killed. Oh wait, what? That poison? No. I am in danger now. Wait, what happened to me die? And like, I'm riding on top of you. Wait, I kinda want to see what happened. I guess I'll bite again, there's no point. Yeah, if it pokes you. I didn't know it would do that. I bit it and then I got poisoned. I didn't even know it had poison. Probably because, you know, I use Zaza against it and Zaza's poison type, so it's not affected by it. Do I have antidote? Someone can poison if they touch you. Where is antidote? I should probably buy more of these, but whatever. It's fine. No, I don't want to do that. Because I don't want to fight these guys. I don't really care about them. Because they're just gonna fight me with, like, water type Pokemon, right? That's why I don't care. I mean, I can go back and see. Now that I'm here and there's probably a Pokemon Center here. Is there not a Pokemon Center here? What the fuck? Is that an ability? Where's the Pokemon Center? I just want to know what Pokemon those guys have. He's deep at home with that. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, I'll go back. Which one's my house? I'm assuming this- no, that's not my house. This one's my house. Yeah, that's my mom, I think. You should take a quick rest. It's a cool Pokemon, be funny like that. You and your Pokemon are looking great, take care now. I can't believe I'm back home. I don't know, I want them to use not water type Pokemon, but I guess we'll see what they have. Oh wait, Zaza's gonna be important for this next gym, right? Because it's... I know what it is. It's like one of the only gyms I know what it is. Do you have Fly? I do have Fly. I'm just not using it. What the fuck? Thanks for the head pat. Sunny day. They'll have like 3 Magikarp each. Or is it 6? I will just use Solar Beam. Every single time, level 27 Magikarp is genuine breed. It is! Bro does not want to evolve. Yeah, that give me fucking nothing. This is gonna give me nothing. Why am I doing this? Look. This will give me nothing. Yay, that gave me nothing. And now look at this, it'll give me nothing. Yeah, okay, yup. And then look, this will give me nothing. Yeah, okay, thank you. Bro, is it just 6 Magikarp, actually? Okay, this is useless then. Why am I doing this? I thought they would, like, give me good experience now. Come on, will you give me something? No, you'll give me nothing. Look at this. Fucking nothing. No, not the sunlight. I have to do this now. Will you give me something? Will you give me anything? Bro gave me nothing. Okay. That's cool. Thank you. Goodbye. I can leave now. Magikarp just don't make the grade, do they? What did bro think he was doing? Whatever. Where do I go here? Whatever. I'm out of here. Welcome to our Pokemons, I guess. Actually, can I even do the gym now, or do I have to do something else? Because I haven't seen Team Rocket all game after the Silph Hills thing, whatever. The Pokeball Factory. Whatever it's called. Why'd I put you in front? What am I doing? So can I even, like, do this gym? This is, like, one of the only things I know about this game, by the way. And I only know it because... I actually don't know why I know it. I don't remember how I, like... I don't know how I remembered it, like, this long. No! Are you gym leader return? Oh, I can! Okay. I had to go on the other side because of your okay. Thanks, old man. Champion to making even I don't know the Viridian leader's identity. But one thing's certain, this will be the toughest of all the gym leaders. Also, I heard the trainers here like ground-type Pokemon. I will fight this guy. You must be running out of steam by now. We'll see if I can do this, cool trainer. Because I don't know what his Pokemon will be. What level they'll be. So I'm kind of afraid. Because yeah, I am underleveled. I know this. Even though I've been fighting every trainer, I'm underleveled. First trainer, you must be running out of steam. I am running out of steam. Bro doesn't have any friends. That's sad. Bro thinks you're out of shape. Yeah, it sucks that I have to use my strongest move not only because you're higher level than me, but also because you're rock type. Like, bruh. Okay, you know what? I'll see what Water Pulse does. It'll probably do nothing. But I'll see what it does. Where do I even get Waterfall, by the way? Because I think I need Waterfall, right? So where do I even get that? I need Waterfall to do Elite Four, right? Okay, but I can one-shot them still with Water Pulse. Okay, that's cool. Probably not this one, but we'll see. Oh my god, I could. So Water Sports, true. I should be fine then, right? Because even then, I can use 2 Pokemon here, because I can use Vileplume as well. I'm working myself into a raid. Oh my god, Ryu from Streets! Level 40 Machop, what is bro doing? Bro. What are you actually doing? No. That did nothing. Why is bro like this? Bro might be a failure, I don't know. Machoke. Why is there fighting type Pokemon in this gym? I thought it was supposed to be ground. What the hell? What's wrong with you? What's actually wrong with you? Bro didn't get the memo. Pokemon and I, we make wonderful music together. What the hell? What are you doing to your Pokemon? They do whatever they want. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna one-shot you. I mean, I'll see. I'll see. This is good, like, experimentation. Oh my god, I will. Okay. I actually have nothing to worry about then, and that's for, like, level 50 or something. I have nothing to worry about. They are in perfect harmony. They're truly talented, win with style. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do to you. God, they all have so many fucking Pokemon. I mean, that makes sense. It's the end of the game, but still. They have so many fucking Pokemon. I don't like it. Get rid of your Pokemon now. No, I didn't one-shot. Oh, I only one-shot because it was a crit. Oh my god. EXP farm, I guess. Yeah, this will give me a lot of experience, but... I also have no PP. I'm gonna have no PP by the time I go to Giovanni, so I'm gonna have to leave, go to the Pokemon Center, and then come back. And it's more annoying because the gym is like on top of a hill. So I can't just like get to it easier. Okay, but now I know Marowak. I choose Strong Move. I choose Surf. And it'll probably more than likely one-shot. Yes, okay. Nidorina. That's poison, right? So I can just use you? Which is also crazy. But honestly, I'd rather just use you just to like get you out of the way and not like worry about getting poisoned. Wait, that is pure ground, Nino. Mine is poison ground. I see. But yeah, like I said, I would rather Leiru get poisoned than, you know, the one that's like super effective against most of them. So yeah. Besides, they're still doing good. Everyone's doing good. All the ones that can do good are doing good. I lost my grip. Should I switch? I should switch. What am I doing? I'm the Karate King, your fate rests with me. Okay, buddy. But choke. Like, if he has, like, fighting type Pokemon, which I don't think he will, you know, he'll be fucked. Alakazam's special attack is cracked, so it'll when KO most things. Yeah, I guess. I have, like, a crazy clutch. I have 2 clutches, actually. I have 3. I have my Gyarados, and then I have my Vileplume, and then, like, if both of them just die for some reason, I have Alakazam just to, you know, do things. So things should be good. I'm just using Gyarados right now because they're the lowest level out of the 3. So they can get experience. Which again is insane. I feel like I don't even need like all 6 of my Pokemon. I feel like I could like do this game with like 3 or 4. But yeah. like fighting type gym or fighting type Elite Four person, they should just get destroyed. Whenever that is. Actually, yeah, since I'm here, I'm just gonna go and do what I said I was gonna do. And go to the Pokemon Center. Which, I wanna do this gym, this stream, so I can do Elite Four whenever I play next stream. And then I should beat the game then, right? Or is there like a ton of post-game content that I should do, besides, you know, the legendaries? Which I don't even know how to do. I don't know what I'm doing. You're gonna have to, you guys are gonna have to like let me know how to do any of this stuff, by the way. Before I do Elite Four. Oh, I forgot to switch. Your Pokemon will cower at the crack of my whip. Actually, it might be good because you might not have rock. Yeah, you have poison. Okay, good enough for me. Yippee. But yeah, you guys are gonna have to like let me know how to do that. Because I will not know. God damn. Tauros. That's normal, right? That's just normal? Oh, if they have a Tauros, actually, that's gonna be bad for me. Maybe. Never mind. What am I saying? Yeah, Swiftlash. Okay, but now let me switch. Yeah, Enox is 38, so they're gonna have to get a little bit higher. What the fuck? I don't think Fire Elite Green has a ton of endgame. I think it's just Elite Four Birds and Mewtwo. Okay. So I should be able to finish it all, like, next stream then, right? I'm 26, thanks. Actually, you're 38. Just look at the game. Revenge! I did nothing. Larry's 40, yeah, Larry's 47. Why was that a crit? That didn't need to be a crit. Okay, well now you're 39. Now you're even older, buddy. Uh-oh. Viridian Gym was closed for a long time, but now our leader is back. Bro, this guy just has so much Pokemon. There's Latios too, which I think... Oh my god, really? I am not catching them, bro. If they're just a random spawn, like... Forget it. I'm being so honest, just forget it. Have you seen my luck? That will not happen. Please kill yourself, 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 please kill yourself. In-game, 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 in-game. No! What's wrong with you? Why did I almost kill? Okay, Sand Slash, I had to surf. I see now. Rhyhorn, I don't have to surf. I see. See? This is good experimentation. Rhyhorn, I can Water Pulse. Yeah, see? And then Sand Slash, I had to surf. Yeah, you, I had to surf you. Get surfed, idiot. Yay. Okay, yeah, I'm good at this game now. I'm good at this game now. Okay, Nidorino, that's for Leiru. Yeah, see, I have my crutches. I have cool Pokemon. Oh, Leiru's gonna level up again, bro. Oh my god. I don't want Leiru to get too overpowered. I don't even know how this happened. It just kinda happened. They're just taking all the experience. And it just been happening. I just been letting it happen. Leiru's getting too powerful. Actually, when was the last time I even used my Gengar? Because I haven't seen a Psychic type, like, since the gym. So I haven't really had a need to, or a Ghost type either. Can I ask these guys to move? Nope, okay. That's cool. Trip of the century. Why? Because I told them to die. Okay. This is it. Actually, I should go heal, right? There should be a hard gym leader. So I'm gonna go heal. It should be the hardest gym leader, but also I think my Pokemon are so overpowered that, I don't know, it'll probably be one of the easier ones for me. But the game is kind of hyping him up, so I don't know, I think I should, like, be careful. Unless he's not hype, who knows? Unless he's really lame and stinky. Let's see if he sucks at Pokemon. To be fair, his whole deal is like he doesn't want to get close to Pokemon, they're only tools, right? So, you know, maybe they will be bad. Welcome to my hideout. It shall be so until I can restore Team Rocket to its former glory. But you have found me again, so be it. This time I'm not holding back. Once more you shall face Giovanni, the greatest trainer. Let's see. Oh, he almost has a full team. Oh my god, 40. Okay, never mind. I'm not playing around. I'm just gonna like use my strongest moves, hope they don't miss it and see what happens. Smash. Giovanni. Okay, actually there's a fight I can't do in Heart Gold that I saw. And his battle opening sprite is, like, it's so cool to me. Even though it's so simple, it's so cool to me, and I don't know why. A level 50! Oh, still got one shot. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Why did it also just give me nothing, bro? Hydro Pump? How much? Oh, it's 5 PP. 120, 80 accuracy. I think I would rather Water Pulse, to be honest. Yeah. Or I just get rid of Twister, because I don't really care about Twister. No, yeah. I think I don't do Hydro Pump. Because I just want Surf or Waterfall for Gyarados, to be honest. It does not need Hydro Pump. Which is really funny. No! It's faster than me, apparently. What the fuck? How are these 3 fucks faster than the Gyarados? Whatever. Nidoqueen? Okay, that's Leiru's job. Leiru, get rid of the fucking queen. Leiru killed the queen. It was all Leiru. Oh wait, I'm so overleveled. Or Larry is so over leveled, I should say. And I got a crit. What the fuck? Larry, what's your problem? Why are you so strong? Oh, that's just it. Wait, it should just be it. Yeah, this is it. Larry, what the fuck is your problem? Actually, what's your problem? Enox and Larry, what the fuck is your problem? You one-shot everything. Me and Larry are murderers. That was a truly intense fight. You have won. Bro, I one-shot all your Pokemon. You hit me once. Here's the Earth badge. Celeste I got $5,000 from Giovanni. The Earth badge makes Pokemon of any level obey without question. It is evidence of your mastery as a Pokemon trainer. With it, you can challenge the Pokemon League. Also, take this TM. Consider it a gift for your league challenge. Yay! I got Earthquake. She never got to use it. So I didn't even know what his signature move was. I made it when I ran the gym here far too long ago. Having lost in this fashion, I can't face my followers. I have betrayed their trust. As of today, Team Rocket is finished forever. As for myself, I shall dedicate my life to training again. Let us meet again someday. Farewell. Oh, goodbye. Yeah, it's nice of the evil team to play by the rules and give you money for beating them, and also just leaving and disbanding the team. Oh my god, he's so cool. Where's Earthquake? There's Earthquake. Wait, it's 100 accuracy? Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna make it more powerful then. Fuck off, like, bro. I'm sorry, Magnitude. You have carried me throughout this entire game. But now I have stronger Magnitude. Okay. I guess it's just Elite Four now. I might also spend my evil organization if I was being true. Sometimes I forget that you're supposed to be 10 years old. Cause in my opinion, like, you know, the Pokemon trainers are my age. But like, you know, in my brain, that's what it is. I still can't believe Enox one-shot something that was level 50. Just cause Surf is so OP. That's insane to me. I know it's 4 times weak to water, but still. Cause I'm fucking sick. Where do I go now? I don't remember where the Elite Four is. Oh, it is just Route 22 in and out. Okay. How'd I go to Route 22? Do I need Surf for that? I think I do. I don't. What are you? I must have those up in the sun. I had this weird dream about a drowsy eating in my dream, and I learned how to eat dreams. Oh. Now we teach- oh, I don't want Dream Eater, fuck you. Okay, where's Route 22? Is this Route 22? Yes. Okay. And then I go here instead! Oh, what the fuck? Never mind, I had to go across the water. I see that now. Oh, what the fuck? What, Celeste, what a surprise to see you here. So you're going to the Pokemon League. You collected all the badges too, that's cool. Then I'll whip you. Celeste is a warm-up for the Pokemon League. Come on. Kick his ass! We have to kick his ass! I should have saved, actually, but whatever. Here you go. We had to kick his ass. God, I wish I knew what you started with, because, like, you know, I would've just put Opal in the front. But whatever. It's fine. What does that do? I forgot. Oh. I see. Right, I remember now. You still fucking died. Oh, I got a crit. What's he? Blastoise, yes, thank you. Where's Zaza? Thank you. Come out, Zaza. Okay, I'm guessing. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I had to stun for him, and then I had to Sunny Day. Because he cannot be allowed to have this. No, you are not allowed to do this. Yes, you are not allowed to do this. You're 10 levels higher than me. You are not allowed. Bye. This probably won't kill, but bye. It almost killed. No! Stop this! You are not allowed! Bro, of course he has something to counter this, bro, but whatever. Oh no, I was gonna say, as long as he doesn't have Protect, it's fine. I mean, it is fine, because, like, he's doing nothing to me. This will just be, like, a long turn, or long... whatever. These two Pokemon will stay longer than anyone else. Yep, see, I told you. You better get a lot of experience for this. He's 10 levels high, you should. You did. I don't think I want Petal Dance. I was not able to, like... Yeah, if I used Petal Dance anything, like, I would have been locked in, that would have been horrible, so... I do not want Petal Dance. Every move feels paralyzed, you should scream, release me. Alakazam. Finally, I can use you. I will regret this though, by the way. Because I'm pretty sure Alakazam is like, bro. My Gengar is this low level? I thought Gengar was in the 40s. Well. It's over. It's Jover. Bye, Grave. Wait, why don't you Side Beam? I meant Psychic. Whatever. Larian is evil twin Uriel. True. That's insane, actually. That's actually insane. Okay, if I find a bunch of rare candies, I'm giving it to my Gengar. But that's what I should do. What level should I be for Elite Four? That's what I'm wondering. Probably like level 50 or 60, right? Oh my god. I'll fucking grind off stream. I scared the fuck out of that rock, you did. Oh, you have a Growlithe. Wait, why'd I do that? What am I doing? I could've just kept you in. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm tired. And you can tell I'm... yeah, that's why I put you in. Yeah, totally. That's totally why I put you in. I don't know why, but I was like, oh yeah, fire is super effective against water. No. Okay, well, this doesn't matter. Because even if you get burned, which you didn't, by the way, I will still one-shot you. Yeah, see? Execute. I wanted that Pokemon. Okay, to be fair, the team I wanted to make was Gary's fucking team, and I didn't know it was Gary's team. Minus, like, the Growlithe, obviously. Like, I always wanted Gengar, I always wanted Alakazam, and I always wanted Execute, but I kind of changed that, and I didn't know it would be, like, basically his team. But, you know, whatever. He's dead. What? I was just careless of you. That loosened me up. I'm what the fuck? You need more practice, but hey, you know that I'm out of here as well, yeah. Shit ass Mog. Bro forgot to give his egg salad a leaf stone. Bro is stupid. Is there a Pokemon Center like up here? What level are these guys? Cause I kinda don't wanna... That is the border badge, go right ahead. Am I locked into fighting? No. Okay. You can pass here only if you have the Cascade badge. Oh, that is the Cascade badge. Oh, is this just a check? Oh, it is just a check. You can pass here only if you have the Thunder badge. That is the Thunder badge. Is there a Pokemon Center? I kinda want that. My Pokemon are dying. You can pass here only if you have the Rainbow badge. That is the Rainbow badge. I'm gay now. Oh wait, I need Waterfall, right? Oh, I need a Waterfall. You can pass here only if you have the Soul badge. Oh, that is the Soul badge. I have collected the souls of everyone I have killed. I can still get wild Pokemon here, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's insane. Get out of here, bro. You can pass here only if you had the Marsh badge. Oh, that is the Marsh badge. They're generally 45 to 65. Okay, so basically I should grind off stream then before I do this. That is what you're telling me. You can pass here only if you have the Volcano badge. Oh, that is the Volcano badge. I will do hours of grinding and regret it. And yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You can pass here only if you have the Earth badge. Oh, that is the Earth badge. No. Oh, it's Victory Road. Victory Road's a cave. Wait, can I fly here? Or do I have to do all that again? I need to see. I need to do all that again. Okay. Victory Dark Cold Cave. I'll just go like here, I guess, and heal my Pokemon. But you know, I'm gonna do that off stream and shit or something. I'm gonna grind off stream. Actually, I think I should go to... I don't know where I want to stop. I want to save Elite Four for next time, but I don't know where I want to stop after that. I guess I'll do Victory Road, but... yeah, no. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I was debating if I should do Victory Road or not, but... I think I'm leaning where on I should do it now. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of the fucking front because if that's just gonna play every single time, I don't want that. I can't believe like even my Charizard is beating my Gengar in level. but whatever. Cause like I said, my Gengar used to be like one of my strongest Pokemon, and now it's just under-leveled. Cause I haven't fought any Psychic-type Pokemon. And now my Psychic-type can like take care of Blue Psychic-type, so it doesn't really matter. Though to be fair, I should have the Gengar for Agatha. Actually no, cause I could just use Opal. Shungar. Does Gengar really matter on my team then? Cause yeah, for Agatha I could just use Opal. And then for like the ones... No, cause they're all gonna be Ghost Poison. Cause Gengar is the only Ghost type in this game. Bruh. Do I really need Gengar? Why do I need to push boulders again? Wow, but tough. I should have bought repels. I forgot how stupid the Ks are. Use Chudgar to slay them. Chudgar would actually be very bad against it. I moved the boulder, there's a Pokemon under it, apparently. Hey, I have you, but stronger. Where do I go then? Just over here? What is this? What is this? I don't know what that is. Pressure plate. Oh, is that where I pushed the boulder? Well, I would if, yeah, now. Oh my god, Onix! Oh, that's where you get an Onix. Okay, well, it doesn't matter now. Oh yeah, that was the rock type I wanted originally. But I was like, you know what, I'll just stick with Golem, and I'm so glad I stuck with Golem. Because, have you seen what they've been able to do? Opal is so good. Like, I think my three best Pokemon are Alakazam, or Leiru, Opal, and then either Enox or Zaza. I don't know what that did. Be careful, you don't fuck it up. I didn't fuck it up. I fucking hate the Intimidate animation. Fuck off! What'd that do? Oh, I can go here now. I wonder if you're good enough for me. Did you know Arbok back? Oh, true, it is NASCAR. Persian. Okay, I mean, maybe we can kill this. I just don't want to switch, so yeah, that's why I'm doing it like this. He told you. Vulpix, okay. That is for Enox. I'm so glad they let you switch, like, you know, when your Pokemon die. Like, it's so bullshit for it. Like, it puts them in, like, such a disadvantage, like, bro, but whatever. It's so funny. You gain no experience. You will stay in though, because they have 2 fire types for some reason. Pikmin. What the fuck? Why would you do that? Why didn't they die? What the hell? I'm not gonna be able to hit them now. No. And they use takedown. No, what the fuck? I knew I should just use surf, but whatever. Can I get experience now? Yay! Why do you have so many fire types? That's the third one. Are you stupid? I didn't fucking kill you. No. No. Oh my god. Okay, to be fair, I should be able to kill you next turn. So yeah, whatever. That did exactly half, what the hell? Yeah, you're dead. Die! Bro. I wanted to train up my other Pokemon, but I guess not. I guess it just has to be this way. Oh, I'm not one-shotting people anymore. Oh, that kinda sucks. Yeah, you need to be higher level. You need to be stronger. Maybe one more level and I'll start one-shotting them again. Probably not. Maybe like 2 or 3. Pokeball, Pokeball, Oh, there's a trainer over there. Okay. I see what I must do. I must do things. I can see you're good. Let me see exactly how good. Rolando. Alright, okay. No, I'll use you. Since you'll do nothing to each other and I can just like whittle you down. That's what I should have been doing. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because which one's poisoned? This one's poisoned. Get poisoned. You have a Psychic type move, of course. Of course you do. And then, nothing I do affects you. So I will have to switch again. Bruh. There's no way you go first. At least, I don't know. At least this will kill them. I don't want you to get too powerful, but also, I don't know. It's kind of funny. Why does everyone just have War Turtle? Like, War Turtle is cool, but like, they should have evolved by now, you know? They should be a Blastoise. God, I kinda hate that I'm not one-shotting everyone anymore. This actually sucks. I must get stronger. So I can one-shot them. And not, you know, care about anything. But we'll see. Charmeleon. Okay, kill them, I guess. Does everyone just have these fuck-ass Pokemon? But me? I want the starters too. Will I get them? Probably not. Why did the War Turtle not get One shot with the Charmeleon did, bruh. Everybody just telling me I should have gotten Blastoise. This game is telling me I should have gotten Blastoise, but Charizard looks cool. So whatever. Instead, I will kill these things. Oh, you have a Charizard too? Okay. Bro. You just had a Charmeleon to die. And now you have Charizard. Well, who's better? I mean, we can't really gauge this because... You know... You're not damaged like me. No, they're doing a scary face. Oh, that was the speed? I swear this does a lot of damage for no reason. Bro. Not very effective, yet it did 10. 10 HP. Die. Okay, maybe we can one-shot people now. Let's see. Attack +2, maybe. I had a chance. I don't think you did, bro. Bag. Where are my hyper potions? There are my hyper potions. You. And then... You. Yippee! You know, I kind of want to save this for next time. I'm getting hungry. And also, I can see that this will take forever. So, yeah. Imagine I get into a wild battle, like, right here. But, yeah, let me go to the end screen. Let me go here. This was a lot of fun. Thank you all for the raids and the follows. I want to raid someone, but hang on, I have to say what I'm doing. Let's see, tomorrow, no stream, but I am posting a TikTok tomorrow, so yeah, look out for that. Tuesday, I should be starting Pikmin 3. And then, Wednesday, I should be doing more Pokemon, but we'll see, because, I think Wednesday, my parents should be coming back, so we'll see what happens. But yeah. Who screamed at me? Anyway, let me see if I can raid someone. Because I really want to. But let me see if someone's playing Pokemon. Who killed the bitrate? What the hell? What the fuck? You know what this person is doing? A Nuzlocke. So I will raid them. Just so I don't get spoiled. So yeah. Here you go. Do that. And if you don't, you will die. So just do that. Sorry if I sound like more tired today. I was. I edited for 4 hours straight, and that was my fault. But, you know, whatever. Anyway, goodbye.